You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Snowman We Built Has Moved 3 feet closer to the window. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was the carrot. It was lying on the porch mat when I opened the back door at 6:18 in the morning, orange and wet and bitten clean through one end. Not chewed by an animal, cut almost, like somebody had pinched it between their teeth and snapped it off. The snowman was still out in the yard, but he wasn't where we'd left him. I'm Claire Hensley, 34, and at that point in my life, I was trying very hard to be the kind of mother who did not make everything into an emergency. I had spent most of the previous year doing that already, checking locks twice, refreshing weather alerts, making sure every cough didn't become pneumonia in my head. My husband called it being careful. My sister called it your brain trying to build a fence around the whole world. I didn't love either description, but both were probably fair. That morning, in our rental house outside Stowe, Vermont, with the kitchen light yellow behind me and my bare feet curling away from the cold leaking under the door, I told myself the carrot had fallen. That was all. The snowman had softened overnight, slumped a little, maybe shifted. Maybe the carrot had worked itself loose and rolled. The porch sat lower than the yard, and the storm had packed everything into strange little slopes. Snow does that. Ice does that. Wind does whatever it wants. Only the carrot hadn't rolled from the yard. It had landed on the mat, 6 feet from the steps, beside a boot print that didn't belong to any of us. "Mom," Eli said behind me. I turned too fast and bumped my elbow on the doorframe. Eli Hensley was 8 years old, male, all knees and cowlicks and questions asked at the worst possible volume. He stood in the kitchen wearing dinosaur pajamas under his unzipped winter coat, one mitten on, one mitten dangling from his sleeve on its clip. He had inherited my dark eyes and his father's talent for appearing silently in doorways when you thought you were alone. "What are you doing up?" I asked. "You opened the door. It's cold. Go put socks on." He stepped closer instead, because of course he did. His face tipped toward the yard. Outside, the sky had that early winter gray that made everything look unfinished, like someone had erased the horizon, but forgot to redraw it. The birches behind the house were white against white. The snowman stood near them, crooked and round, with pebble eyes and 2 stick arms lifted in an awkward shrug. Yesterday, he had been farther back, near the fire pit. Now he was closer to the kitchen window, not dramatically, not in a way you'd scream about, 3 feet maybe, the sort of distance you could argue with yourself about if you wanted to stay calm. "His nose fell off," Eli said. "Looks like it." "Why is it here?" I bent and picked up the carrot by the clean end. Slick, half frozen, and gritty with black threads from the porch mat. The bitten end showed pale orange crescents. I could see where teeth had pressed. "Rabbit," I said. Eli squinted at me. "A rabbit carried it up the steps." I hated when he was logical before breakfast. "Maybe a squirrel. Squirrels don't like carrots." City squirrels probably don't, Vermont squirrels might have different hobbies. That made him smile, but only for a second. His eyes moved past me again, toward the snowman. He had helped build it yesterday, with the kind of joy that made you forget how much work fun could be. He'd packed snow around the base, while Tom rolled the body, and I had taken photos through my mittens, trying to frame it so the propane tank didn't show in the background. Tom had jammed the carrot into the face last, bowing like he'd unveiled a statue. "There," he'd said, "a respectable gentleman." Eli named him Mr. Butters, for reasons he refused to explain. Now Mr. Butters leaned slightly left, as if listening at the back of the house. "Where's Dad?" Eli asked. "Sleeping." "No, he's not. I heard him." From upstairs came the old floorboard groan near the bathroom. The rental house made noises like it had opinions, radiators knocking in the walls, roof ice ticking and sliding, wind pressing against the chimney cap with a hollow metal hum. It was built in the 70s, renovated in pieces, and decorated by someone who believed every cabin needed bears on at least half the throw pillows. Tom had found it online in October, back when the trip seemed like a good idea. A long weekend, snow, hot chocolate, no emails, no hospital follow-up appointments for my mother, no school meetings about Eli refusing to speak during group presentations. Just the three of us pretending we were easy, outdoorsy people. Tom Hensley, 36 male, my husband, came downstairs in sweatpants and a thermal shirt, hair crushed flat on one side, phone in his hand. He worked in IT security back in Massachusetts and had the calm, suspicious patience of someone who could spend 8 hours finding out why one login attempt looked wrong. He stopped when he saw the open door. "Why is the heat on for the entire state of Vermont?" he asked. "Your son is investigating wildlife behavior." Eli pointed. The carrot was on the mat. Tom looked at the carrot in my hand, then at the yard. His expression didn't change much. That was his gift, and also one of the things that made me want to shake him sometimes. Tom could receive almost any information with the same mild frown, flat tire, late bill, raccoon in the attic, existential dread. "Huh," he said. "Huh," I repeated. He stepped around me and onto the porch in his socks. "Tom, it's fine." He winced immediately. "Okay." Cold. Porch boards creaked under him. A thin skin of ice had formed where we'd tracked slush the night before. Beyond the steps, the backyard sloped down toward the birch line and the half-buried fire pit, its black rim showing in a crescent. Our snowman stood between the porch and the trees. Tom looked down at the mat. "There's a print," I said. "I see it." He crouched. Eli tried to squeeze out beside him, but I caught the back of his coat. "Nope, I want to see." "You can see from inside." "That's not seeing. That's looking. Philosophy after socks." Tom glanced over his shoulder at me, a small smile tucked into the corner of his mouth. Then he turned back to the print. "It's probably mine. You didn't go out this morning. Last night, then. You wore boots last night." He looked at his feet as if the argument might have changed them. "Right." The print was only partial heel and outside edge. Bigger than mine. Smaller than Tom's snow boots. It had a ribbed tread, the kind you see on cheap winter shoes, and it pointed toward the door, not away from it. Tom stood and hugged himself against the cold. Could be from the property manager. Maybe they came by to salt. At 6 in the morning, people wake up early here. You say that, like Vermont, is another species. He gave me the look he used when he wanted me to know I was spiraling, without saying the word spiraling in front of Eli. I shut the door because Eli was shivering, and because the kitchen smelled like old coffee grounds and the cinnamon rolls we'd bought from the market on Mountain Road, and I wanted the house to feel like the house again. Warm, ordinary, a little messy, nothing with teeth. The carrot left a damp spot on the counter. Eli climbed onto a stool and stared at it. "Don't touch," I said. You were thinking about it. I can think about whatever I want. Tom laughed under his breath and opened the freezer like breakfast might be hiding in there. "Claire, did you take pictures yesterday?" "Of course. Can I see?" I knew why he was asking. He wanted proof, but not in a dramatic way. He wanted to compare the photos, to show me that the snowman hadn't moved, or that we'd misremembered where it stood, or that perspective through the window was making everything look strange. I handed him my phone. The screen lit bright enough to make the kitchen seem dimmer. He scrolled past pictures of Eli flinging snow, Eli on the porch with red cheeks, Eli trying to catch flakes on his tongue, even though the snow had stopped falling by then. Then the snowman. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Butters beside the fire pit, maybe 4 feet behind it, body stacked in 3 uneven lumps, 2 pebble eyes, 5 pebble buttons, a scarf of green fleece Tom had found in the mudroom basket, stick arms raised, carrot angled downward. Tom pinched the photo and zoomed. Then he looked out the kitchen window. The yard outside was still blue-gray. The glass showed our reflections layered over the snow. Tom's broad shoulders, Eli's round head, my own face pale and tight. "He's closer," Eli said. Tom didn't answer right away. That was what made my stomach feel unpleasantly hollow. Not fear exactly. Recognition. The little pause before an adult decides whether to lie to a child. "Snow can settle weird," Tom said finally. Eli looked at me. I wiped melted carrot water from my fingers onto a paper towel. "It can. Snowmen don't walk." "No," I said, "they don't." Then who moved him? Outside, a clump of snow slid from the roof and hit the porch awning with a soft, heavy thump. Eli jerked so hard his stool scraped the tile. "Easy," Tom said. "I'm not scared." "Nobody said you were." Eli folded his arms, which meant he was either very scared or very offended or both. He had been that way more often lately, brave in a brittle, performative way that worried me. Since my mother's fall in September, since he'd seen me crying in the laundry room with the dryer door open and a basket of towels at my feet, he had started announcing that he was fine before anyone asked. I understood the impulse. I did it too. The plan for the morning had been simple. Pancakes, sledding at the hill behind the elementary school, then maybe the cider mill if the roads were clear. We were supposed to leave the next day before noon. Tom had already checked the forecast twice. A second storm was coming down from the north by evening, the kind that local radio hosts described with cheerful menace. I wanted the day to go smoothly. I wanted Eli tired and happy by lunch. I wanted Tom to stop looking at work messages when he thought I wasn't paying attention. I wanted, more than anything, to prove to myself that I could be in an unfamiliar house without turning every sound into a warning. So I made coffee. I cracked eggs into a bowl. The shells made tiny dry taps on the rim. Tom played music from his phone, low and tinny, something acoustic and harmless. Eli set the table with exaggerated seriousness, giving each fork a perfect angle. For nearly 20 minutes, everything settled. Butter hissed in the pan. Coffee dripped. The radiator clicked awake and pushed warm metallic air through the kitchen. Tom leaned against the counter and showed Eli a video of a snowboarder falling into powder. Eli laughed with his whole mouth open, the way he had when he was younger. Then the motion light came on. The backyard flooded white. All three of us stopped moving. The light was mounted above the porch, aimed toward the yard. It had flicked on several times the night before, whenever wind tossed branches or snow shifted off the roof. But now the air outside looked still. Even the birches seemed frozen in place. Tom set his mug down. "Probably a branch," he said. Eli whispered, "There aren't branches by the porch." I walked to the window before Tom could tell me not to. The glass was cold enough that I felt it against my face before I touched it. Our reflections hovered there again, faint and stretched. The snowman stood in the hard glare of the motion light, closer than before. Maybe not by much, maybe enough. The porch steps were 8 feet from the kitchen window. The snowman had been near the fire pit yesterday. At dawn, he had been between the fire pit and the porch. Now his base overlapped the first set of footprints Tom had made when he went out in his socks. The carrot hole in his face was empty, a dark little puncture. His pebble eyes faced the house. Tom came up beside me. "Claire, I'm looking. I know. Do you see it?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "Tom, I see that it looks closer." "That's not an answer. It's the only honest answer I've got." The motion light buzzed faintly through the glass, an electrical insect sound. Somewhere in the house, a pipe knocked once. Eli had gone quiet behind us. Then my phone vibrated on the counter. The sound cracked through the kitchen. I startled and knocked my hip against the cabinet. Tom reached for me on instinct. His hand landed on my elbow, warm and solid. And for one stupid second, I was angry at him for being kind, because kindness made me feel less in control. The phone vibrated again. Unknown number. I stared at it until it stopped. "Spam," Tom said. "Probably." It buzzed once more. A voicemail notification appeared. Nobody spoke. I picked it up and pressed play before I could invent a reason not to. The speaker crackled, then gave us 3 seconds of wind. Not indoor wind. Outdoor wind. The low scrape of it across a microphone. Then a breath too close to the speaker. A man's voice said, "You folks should bring your boy inside." The message ended. Eli said, very softly, "I am inside." Tom took the phone from my hand. "Give me that." He played it again. Wind, breath, voice. "You folks should bring your boy inside." The words were flat, almost bored. No accent I could place. Not a threat in the movie sense. That made it worse. It sounded like advice from someone standing where he shouldn't be. Tom opened the call details. No caller ID. We should call the police, I said, and say what? A snowman moved, and someone left a voicemail about our kid. That landed, I saw it. Tom looked toward Eli, then softened his face too deliberately. Buddy, go upstairs and get dressed. Real clothes, warm ones. Why? Because we're going into town. I thought we were sledding. We'll see. I don't want to go upstairs. His voice had changed, smaller. He stared at the hallway, at the dim wooden stairs that led up to the bedrooms. The rental had too many corners, too many dark framed landscape paintings, too many mirrors that reflected bits of rooms you weren't in. I'll come with you, I said. He shook his head. Both of you. What? I want both of you to come. Tom opened his mouth, probably to say that was unnecessary. Then he looked out the window again. The motion light clicked off. The yard went gray. For a moment, without the harsh light, the snowman seemed less like a shape and more like a person standing too still in bad weather. Tom locked the back door, then the deadbolt. Then he checked the little latch on the window above the sink, even though nobody could fit through it unless they were built like a folded lawn chair. We're not panicking, he said. I didn't know which of us he meant. He called the property manager first. The number was on a laminated sheet stuck to the fridge with a magnet shaped like a moose. Her name was Marcy Bell, 49, female, the local caretaker for 3 vacation rentals on that road. We had met her briefly when we arrived. Red parka, silver braid, practical boots, the kind of woman who apologized for mud like she had personally invented it. Tom put her on speaker. She answered after 4 rings, sounding awake and annoyed. Morning. Everything okay at the house? Hi, Marcy. This is Tom Hensley up at the Birch Hollow rental. Sure, heat acting up. No, heat's fine. Sorry to bother you. Did you or anyone come by the property this morning? A pause. No, any reason someone would. Not unless the plow clipped the drive. Why? Tom looked at me. I said, there are footprints near the back porch. Marcy's voice changed just slightly, less sleepy. Human footprints, one partial, maybe more under the new drift. And you're sure they're not yours? Tom said, pretty sure. Outside, a crow called from somewhere in the trees. 3 rough notes, then nothing. Marcy exhaled through her nose. Could be a neighbor cutting through, could be kids. We had some teenagers mess around at the Phillips place last winter. Did they leave voicemails? I asked. Tom glanced at me, but Marcy heard. What voicemail? I played it for her. Wind, breath, voice. You folks should bring your boy inside. Marcy didn't speak for a second after it ended. Then she said, lock the doors. Stay in the house. I'm 10 minutes out. Tom frowned. You think we should call the police? I think you should lock the doors, she said again. And I'll call Deputy Greer on my way. The line went dead. That was the moment the morning stopped being something we could fold back into normal. Not because of the snowman, not even because of the voicemail, because Marcy had not laughed. She hadn't reassured us. She hadn't said tourists get jumpy in snowstorms. She had heard something in that message that made her move. Tom took his coat from the chair. I'm going to check outside before she gets here. No, I'm just going to look around the porch. No, you're not. Claire, someone called about Eli. And if someone is messing with us, I want to know where they stood. From inside. He pressed his lips together. The argument rose between us, familiar and ugly. His need to verify, my need to contain. We had been having versions of it for years. about money, about Eli, about my mother, about whether checking the locks again helped anything or just taught my body to stay afraid. Eli stepped between us, holding one snow boot in each hand. "Can we leave?" he asked. Tom and I both looked at him. Outside, the snowman waited in the yard, empty-faced and leaning, its stick arms lifted toward the kitchen window like it had been caught mid-gesture. We had two choices then: stay locked inside and wait for Marcy and the deputy, trusting that whoever had been close enough to leave prints and make that call was gone, or get in the car before the next storm came in, drive down to town, and let the house sit behind us with the snowman and the boot print and the bitten carrot on the counter. Tom looked at me. I looked at Eli. No one moved for a long second. Then something tapped once against the back door. Not a knock, a small sound, hard against glass, like a pebble, like a tooth, and we had to decide what kind of frightened we were going to be. The tap came again before any of us moved. Not loud, not dramatic, a small, clean click against the back door glass, followed by the faintest scrape as whatever had hit it slid down and landed on the porch boards. Eli made a sound he tried to swallow. Tom held one hand up, palm out, not at the door but at us. "Stay there. Don't rush. Don't scream." His face had settled into that focused look he got when a server went down or the smoke alarm chirped once and then refused to do it again. Calm as a tool. I hated it right then. "Tom," I said, "I'm just looking." "No, I'm looking from here." He moved sideways toward the kitchen window, keeping his body away from the back door. I kept my hand on Eli's shoulder. His coat was slick and cold under my palm, and underneath it his bones felt too small. The thing on the porch mat was a pebble, one of the little black stones from the snowman's buttons. It sat beside the carrot, wet and shiny, no bigger than a thumbnail. Tom stared at it. "That wasn't there," Eli whispered. "No," I said, "it was." Tom reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and tapped the screen with his thumb. "I'm calling 911. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. There's a strange, humiliating gap between danger and help. We talk about calling the police like it's the end of the problem, like there's a cord you can pull and safety drops from the ceiling. But out there, in a rental house tucked up a narrow road north of Stowe, with snow thick on the driveway and another storm crawling toward us, a phone call was just sound going somewhere else. Tom put the phone on speaker. The operator answered with practiced calm. 911, what is the address of your emergency? Tom gave it. He had to check the laminated fridge sheet halfway through because the rural road number had too many digits and a name that looked like it belonged on a Christmas card. What is the nature of your emergency? We're at a rental property, Tom said. There may be someone outside the house. We received a threatening or concerning voicemail from an unknown number, and there are signs someone has been on the property. Is anyone injured? No. Is the person visible now? Tom looked at me. I looked past him through the window at the snowman standing in the gray morning. No, he said. The operator asked if we were safe inside. Tom said yes. She told us to keep doors and windows locked, avoid confronting anyone outside, and wait for officers. Her voice was steady, almost soft. but I could hear typing underneath it, the clicking keys making our fear into boxes on someone's screen. Then she paused. "I'm showing limited road access in your area due to weather," she said. "Units are being dispatched, but response may be delayed." "How delayed?" I asked. Tom gave me a look, but the operator answered. "I don't have an exact time, ma'am. Stay inside and keep your phone available." "How far is Deputy Greer?" Tom asked. The property manager said she was calling him. "If he is responding, he'll coordinate through dispatch." That meant she either didn't know or couldn't say. The call ended with instructions I barely heard. Lock doors. Stay away from windows. Call back if the person enters the home or if anyone is hurt. If the person enters the home. Not if the person is outside with our kid's name in his mouth. Not if he is throwing pieces of a snowman at the door like he has all morning to play. I took Eli upstairs because he had asked us both to come with him, and because I wanted him away from the kitchen window. Tom came behind us, carrying a fireplace poker he had taken from the little stone hearth in the living room. It looked stupid in his hand until it didn't. The upstairs hallway smelled faintly of dust and detergent. The rental had 2 bedrooms on either side, both with slanted ceilings and baseboard heat that clicked in nervous little bursts. Our room faced the road. Eli's faced the backyard. Of course it did. "Don't go near the window," I told him as we entered. "I know, not even to peek." I said, "I know." He said it sharply, and then his eyes filled up, and that was worse than if he'd cried. Eli hated crying in front of Tom. He de-started that around 7, as if embarrassment had come in with his adult teeth. I knelt in front of him by the bed. His boots were still in his hands. "Hey," I said, "look at me." He did, but only for half a second. "This is not your fault." I didn't say it was. "Sometimes your face says things before you do." He pressed his lips together. Tom stood in the doorway, listening while pretending not to. The poker rested against his leg. Eli's room was exactly the kind of room vacation listings photograph, but actual families ruin within 8 minutes. 2 twin beds with red plaid blankets, a wooden dresser, a lamp shaped like a pinecone. Eli's wet snow pants from yesterday hung over the back of a chair, dripping into a towel. His backpack lay open on the floor, dinosaur books and granola bar wrappers spilling out. "Get dressed," I said. "Base layer, jeans, sweater, dry socks." "Are we leaving?" Tom answered before I could. "Waiting for Marcy." "You said we were going into town." I said maybe. "You always say maybe when the answer is no." "That is not true." "It is true, Eli." The word landed too hard. Eli flinched and looked down at his boots. Tom closed his eyes briefly. "Sorry," I stood. "Let him change." Tom and I stepped into the hall. I pulled the door most of the way shut, leaving a gap wide enough that I could see Eli moving around inside. "We should leave," I said quietly. Tom kept his voice low. "The dispatcher told us to stay." "The dispatcher isn't here. The person outside might be waiting for us to come out. And if we stay, what? We sit until the storm blocks the road." He rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. "Claire, we don't know there's a person outside." A voicemail spoke English, Tom. "You know what I mean?" "No, I don't think I do." He glanced at Eli's door, then back at me. "We have one partial print, a moved snowman, a blocked number. It could be kids. Then kids are targeting our son. Or they saw him yesterday. or they're locals screwing with tourists. And that makes it better. It makes it less likely they're trying to hurt us. That was Tom's flaw, though I would never have called it that to his face. He treated uncertainty like a puzzle, not a wound. He believed if you could classify a threat, you could shrink it. Kids, wind, animal, prank, mistake, procedure, bug. I envied that until I needed him to move. My own flaw was simpler and uglier. When I got scared, I wanted control so badly I could confuse motion with safety. Leave the house. Check the window. Call again. Touch the lock. Touch it again. Anything but wait. The phone rang downstairs. All three of us froze, not my phone, the landline. We hadn't even noticed the house had one until then. It rang from the living room, an old plastic trill that sounded borrowed from another decade. Once, twice, 3 times. Tom and I looked at each other. "Don't answer it," I said. "It could be Marcy. She has our cell." The ringing stopped. Then my phone buzzed. "Marcy," I answered immediately. "Are you here?" "No," she said. "I'm stuck behind the town plow about half a mile below you. There's a Subaru sideways near the bend. Everybody's fine, but nobody's getting around it until they pull it out." "How long?" 10 minutes if they move quick, 30 if they don't." Her voice was tight. Wind pushed at her through the line. "Did you call the deputy?" "I did. Greer's coming from the other side, but he got routed to an accident on 108. Dispatch knows about you." Tom leaned close. "Marcy, did you just call the landline?" "The house phone?" "No." The hallway seemed to narrow around us. "It rang," I said. "Don't answer it. Can someone call it from outside? It's a normal line, Claire. Anyone with the number can call it." "Who has the number?" "The owner's me. Cleaning crew. Maybe guests if it's on the listing somewhere. I don't know." The radiator clicked once. Eli stopped moving inside his room. Marcy said, "Listen to me. There's a key box mounted under the back deck stairs. It should be locked, but check the kitchen drawer for the spare key ring. There's supposed to be a key to the interior basement door on it." "The basement," I said. "There's an exterior hatch under the deck. It leads to a storage room. If someone got into the key box, they may have access under the house." Tom mouthed, "Jesus." I said, "You're telling me this now?" "I'm telling you because you need to lock the inside basement door if it isn't locked already." The house made another noise beneath us. A low thud, not loud, under the floorboards. Eli opened his bedroom door. His face had gone pale around the mouth. He had one sock on. "What was that?" he asked. Tom moved first. "Stay with your mom." "Tom, don't go downstairs alone. I'm checking the basement door." "No, we're all going." "Claire, no, we stay together." He looked like he wanted to argue. Then another sound came from below. A dull scrape, wood or plastic dragging over concrete. Marcy's voice snapped through the phone. "What was that?" "We heard something," I said. "Get to a room with a lock." "The bedrooms don't have locks." "Bathroom, upstairs bathroom, yes." "Go there, keep the line open. Do not go downstairs." Tom was already at the top of the stairs, poker in hand. I grabbed his sleeve. He looked down at my fingers, then at me. His jaw worked once. "I'm not letting someone come up those stairs," he said. That was the first time he sounded afraid. Not panicked, not dramatic, just stripped of that analytical padding he usually put between himself and the world. Eli heard it too. His eyes widened. I made a decision, which is not the same as making a good one. Bathroom, I told Eli. Now he obeyed. Tom stayed at the landing, watching the stairwell. I backed toward the bathroom with Eli, phone still to my ear. The bathroom was small, with a claw foot tub shoved under the slanted ceiling and a frosted window above the toilet. It smelled like peppermint toothpaste and damp towels. Eli climbed into the tub without me telling him to, knees tucked under his chin. I turned the lock on the bathroom door. It was a little push-button lock, cheap, the kind a determined adult could pop with a fingernail. "Where's Tom?" Marcy asked. "Hallway. Tell him to get in with you." "Tom," I called. No answer. "Tom." Still nothing. Then he said, from farther away, "Claire." His voice came from the stairs. I opened the bathroom door despite Marcy saying, "No, no, don't." Tom stood halfway down, one hand on the banister, looking into the living room below. "What?" I whispered. He lifted one finger to his lips. Then I heard it. The landline clicked. A tiny mechanical sound. Someone had picked it up downstairs. Not in our house, I thought stupidly at first, because that would mean impossible things. Then I remembered the living room phone. Its little beige cradle on the side table near the bare lamp. A breath came through the line. Not my cell phone, the house phone. I could hear it from upstairs, faintly amplified by the old answering machine speaker. Then the same male voice said, "Claire." My name sounded wrong in that room. Tom's head turned slowly toward me. Eli whimpered from the tub. The voice continued, distant and fuzzy through the living room machine. "Claire, you need to stop sending him outside." Line clicked dead. For a few seconds, nobody moved. Even Marcy was quiet. Then she said, "I'm calling dispatch again." Tom climbed backward up the stairs, never turning away from the living room until he reached the landing. His face had gone waxy. "He knows my name," I said. "The voicemail may have had your name from the booking," Tom said, but his voice wasn't steady enough to make it reassuring. "And Eli S. The listing has guests sometimes. Emails. Records, it could be. Stop solving it." That shut him up. Another thud came from below. This one was followed by a hiss. Then the power went out. The house fell into winter dimness all at once. The music stopped. The refrigerator died with a shudder. The furnace fan wound down in the walls. Without those ordinary machines, I heard the storm pressing at the eaves, the little grains of ice ticking against the windows like thrown sand. Eli screamed once, short and ashamed. Tom said, "It's okay. It's okay." "Not okay," Eli shouted from the bathroom. "Why do grown-ups say that?" I had no answer. My phone still had service, one bar flickering. Marcy's voice came back. "Claire, you still there?" "Yes, power's out where I am too. Plow clipped something or the wind took a line. I'm still blocked. How long until police?" "I don't know. We have to leave. The road may be blocked. We can't stay here if someone is under the house." Tom said, "We don't know that." The floor below us creaked. Not thudded. Creaked a step on wood from inside the house. Tom looked at the stairwell. I shoved Eli's coat into his arms. "Shoes, now." He didn't argue. We moved too quickly after that, and too badly. That's the part I still replay because fear doesn't make you efficient. It makes you drop things. It makes you whisper and shout in the wrong order. It makes you put your phone down and forget where. Tom wanted to get the car keys from the kitchen hook. I said no, too far, too exposed. He said we couldn't leave without them. I said he should have grabbed them earlier. He said this was not helpful. I told him I knew that. The keys were downstairs. So were our boots, most of our coats, Tom's wallet, and the little canister of pepper spray I carried on runs and had left in my purse by the back door because I was an idiot who believed danger would wait politely beside the thing designed for it. We gathered what we had upstairs: Eli's coat and boots, my phone, Tom's fireplace poker, a heavy ceramic toothbrush holder I grabbed because my hand wanted something, anything. Tom found his hiking boots in our bedroom, but no coat. I pulled a wool sweater over my pajamas. Eli's hands shook so hard he couldn't lace one boot. I knelt and tied it for him. "Mom," he whispered. "Did I make him mad?" "Who? The man?" "No. But he said stop sending me outside." "That doesn't mean anything." "You don't know. He was right." That was the worst part. Tom went into our bedroom and came back holding the rental binder from the nightstand. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Floor plan. We need keys. Basement door location. Exterior exits. Anything." He flipped pages, the paper slapping loud in the dim hallway. "Welcome to Birch Hollow House. Wi-Fi password. Trash pickup Friday. Emergency contacts. Fire extinguisher under kitchen sink. Basement access through laundry room. Exterior cellar hatch under rear deck." Then he stopped. "What?" I said. He tilted the binder toward me. A page was missing, not torn by accident, removed cleanly from the rings. The plastic sleeve remained empty and glossy. At the top of the next page, in Marcy's blocky handwriting, someone had written in pen, "Do not use back stairs in winter." The back stairs were the exterior deck steps, the only way from the upstairs hall, roofline to the ground, if we couldn't use the front. Tom looked toward the bedroom window that faced the road. "We can go out the front. With no keys, the car may be unlocked. And if it is, then we keep moving to the neighbor S." The nearest neighbor was not near in any meaningful way. We had passed one mailbox on the drive up, maybe a quarter-mile down the road. A quarter-mile in daylight with boots and coats was nothing. Quarter-mile in a storm with a child, while someone watched from the house or trees, was a different shape entirely. Marcy was still on the phone, but her voice kept breaking up. "Claire, listen, stay away from basement." Marcy, static. Then nothing. Call failed. I stared at the screen. No service. The house shifted in the cold. Downstairs, something knocked against a wall. Once. Twice. A pause. Then a dragging scrape moving from the direction of the kitchen toward the living room. Tom whispered, "Front door." We went. The stairs felt longer in the dim. Tom went first, poker raised low at his side. Eli came next, one hand clutching the back of Tom's sweater. I followed behind them, looking backward over my shoulder until the upstairs hallway disappeared into gray. Halfway down, we saw the living room. The landline receiver hung by its cord, swinging slightly. The front door was visible beyond it, closed. The kitchen beyond the living room was darker, lit only by the pale rectangle of the back door window. On the floor near the kitchen threshold, a trail of wet prints crossed the tile. Human, barely formed, melting as we watched. Tom stopped. "Keep going," I whispered. The front door handle rattled, not not from outside. From the lock settling, maybe. From wind pressure. From the old house shifting. Then it rattled again. Tom lunged the last 3 steps and grabbed the deadbolt, turning it, yanking the door inward. Snow blew into the entryway. The outside world was white, moving and loud. Wind shoved flakes sideways across the porch. The driveway was a soft slope disappearing toward the road, our Subaru parked at the top under a thickening coat of snow. For 1 second, freedom looked possible. Then Tom patted his pockets. "No," he said. "What?" His face crumpled with fury at himself. "The keys are on the kitchen hook." Behind us, from the kitchen, something clicked. The back door latch, then a slow creak as it opened. We stood in the front entry with the storm at our faces and the dark house at our backs, and the only working car key hanging 20 feet away in the room where someone had just come in. The back door opened with a sound I can still hear if the room is quiet enough. Not a bang, not the crash I'd expected, just a slow wooden complaint, followed by the small metal tick of the latch catching against its own plate. Wind came through the house. It moved from the kitchen into the living room, crossing the tile and rugs, and scattered breakfast things, carrying the smell of snow and old porch boards and something else underneath. Damp wool, maybe. Cold dirt. The kind of smell that clings to boots left too long in a mudroom. Tom stood in the front doorway with the storm behind him and the dark house in front of him. I said, "We go out. The keys, forget the car. We walk." Eli's fingers dug into my wrist. "To where?" "The road," I said. Tom looked past us toward the kitchen. The car keys hung from a little iron hook beside the pantry, 20 feet away, visible through the living room if you leaned left. A blue plastic tag dangled from them. I saw it sway. Then a shape moved near the back door. I jerked Eli against me so hard he stumbled, but it was only the green fleece scarf from the snowman. The wind had blown it into the kitchen, where it slid across the floor in a wet coil and slapped against the baseboard. That was the misdirection. For half a second, my brain gave it shoulders, a head, a crouched person crawling toward us. Then it flattened in the weak morning light, just fabric soaked through and crusted with snow. "Scarf," Tom whispered, as if naming it could keep the fear from multiplying. "Move," I said. We spilled onto the front porch. The front of the house faced the narrow private road that curved downhill through spruce and birch before joining the main road toward Stowe. The Subaru was parked 10 yards away on the left side of the driveway, nose toward the road, windshield buried under a white crust. To the right of the porch was a waist-high snowbank from the plow. Beyond that, the side yard dropped toward the deck and the backyard, where the snowman stood somewhere beyond the kitchen wall, hidden now from view. The porch boards were slick. Eli's boots skidded as soon as he stepped down. "Slow," Tom said. "No, fast," Eli snapped, and his voice broke. I kept one hand on the back of his coat and one on the porch rail. Snow hit my face like thrown salt. I had no gloves. My sweater was already collecting flakes, each one melting into cold pinpricks against my arms. We made the first attempt because it was the obvious one. Get to the car. Hope it was unlocked. Hope Tom had left a spare key inside like he sometimes did at home. It was a stupid hope, but hope often is. It wears practical clothes. Tom ran ahead across the driveway, boots sinking to the ankle. He yanked the driver's door handle. Locked. He tried the rear door. Locked. Check the app, I shouted. He pulled out his phone, holding it under his sweater to shield the screen. No service. Bluetooth. It needs signal to authenticate. Tom, I know. He slammed his palm against the roof, not hard enough to dent it, hard enough to hurt. Damn it. Eli started crying then, quietly. Not sobbing, just leaking tears that froze shiny on his cheeks. We walk, I said again. Tom looked down the driveway. The storm was worse once we were out in it. Not a blizzard yet, but building. The road at the bottom of the drive had already softened into a pale ribbon with no tire tracks visible. The plow had passed earlier, but wind was doing its best to erase the favor. The nearest mailbox was down the road to the left, around a bend, and out of sight. We had passed it coming in, a black rural box on a cedar post with red reflective tape. I remembered a porch light beyond it. Maybe a house, maybe just a barn. We stay near the road, Tom said. If Marcy gets through, she'll see us. And if he's between us and the road, I asked. Tom had no answer. A crack came from the backyard. A branch, I told myself. Then another. Eli twisted around. The side of the house stretched back toward the deck, where the exterior stairs led down to the backyard and the basement hatch Marcy had mentioned. From the front porch, you could see only the upper railing and the snow piled along it. The rest vanished behind the corner of the house. Something dark flickered under the deck. Tom saw it too. He stepped in front of Eli. Keep walking, he said. We started down the driveway. 10 yards. 15. The snow was deeper than it looked, crusted on top and hollow underneath. Every other step punched through to the shin. Eli struggled immediately. His boots were fine for sledding, not for fleeing down a rural driveway in a storm. I grabbed under his arm to keep him upright, and my breath began to shred in my throat. Behind us, the house sat with its front door open, a black rectangle in the white. That bothered me more than it should have. It looked abandoned already. We reached the end of the driveway and turned left toward the bend. Then Tom stopped so suddenly, I bumped into him. What? I said. He pointed. At first I saw nothing but snow and trees. Then the road surface shifted in my mind, and I understood what I was looking at. Footprints. A single line of them crossed the road from the trees on our right to the deeper woods on our left. Not animal tracks, human boots, each print half filled by fresh snow, but still clear enough to show the direction. They didn't lead to the house. They led away from it, or toward it, depending on when they'd been made. Eli whispered, "Is that him?" "No idea," Tom said. That was honest, and honesty terrified Eli more than a lie would have. We pushed on. The mailbox should have appeared after the bend. It didn't. The road curved farther than I remembered, or the storm had shortened my sense of distance, or fear had stretched the map. My thighs burned. My lungs hurt. Eli stumbled twice. Second time, he went down on one knee and cried out when ice scraped through his jeans. I crouched beside him. "Show me. I'm fine. Show me." His knee had a shallow scrape, already pink and beating under a thin smear of snow. Not serious, but he looked at it like proof that his body could break. Tom turned back toward the house. I said. I'm checking behind us. Don't leave the road. I'm not. The house was partly hidden by blowing snow and the curve of trees, but I could still see the roofline, the chimney, the faint square of the kitchen window on the side, and beneath it, in the yard, a round white shape stood near the deck, closer than it should have been. I blinked hard. It was the snowman. No, not the whole snowman. Just the head and torso, or what was left of them, dragged or rolled to the side yard near the deck stairs. Its lower ball had collapsed somewhere else, leaving a lopsided two-part body leaning against the railing. The empty carrot hole faced the driveway. Eli saw it. Followed us, he whispered. No, Tom said instantly. Someone moved him. That was supposed to help. It didn't. A sound came from the woods to our left, a sharp crack, then a rustle. Tom raised the poker, which looked ridiculous out there in the open road. I grabbed Eli. Hey, Tom shouted. We called the police. Another rustle. Then a deer burst from the trees, slipping as it crossed the road 10 feet ahead of us. It was small and panicked, legs flailing on the icy surface, white tail flashing. It hit the snowbank on the far side, scrambled, and vanished into the spruce. Eli made a strangled noise between a laugh and a sob. I nearly sat down in the road. Dear, Tom said, breathless. I saw, I snapped, though I had absolutely not seen until it was already in front of us. That was the explainable terror. Real animal, real snow, real sound. But it cost us something. Afterward, none of us trusted our own reactions. We kept walking until we found the mailbox, stood alone beside a plowed lane that curved uphill to a dark house set back among trees. There was a porch light. I had remembered that part. It glowed amber through the snow. Thank God, I said. We turned into the lane. A sign nailed to a post read, private drive, no turnaround. Fine by me, Tom muttered. The lane was longer than it looked from the road. Everything was longer. My toes had gone numb inside borrowed house slippers. I had never made it to my boots. I hadn't realized that at first. Adrenaline does that too. It lets you injure yourself politely. Halfway up the lane, we heard an engine. All three of us turned. A vehicle moved slowly along the road behind us, lights hazy in the snow. Marcy, Eli said. The vehicle passed the end of the lane without stopping. Not Marcy. A dark pickup, older model, plow rig on the front, orange beacon off. It rolled toward the rental house, tires crunching. Tom started back toward the road. Wait, he yelled. Hey, the pickup did not stop. It disappeared around the bend toward our driveway. Maybe it's the plow, I said. Beacon's off, Tom said. Maybe that doesn't matter. He looked at the lane ahead, then back toward the rental. The choice tore across his face. The second attempt became the neighbor's house. We hurried uphill. The house was small, brown, and practical, with stacked firewood under a tarp and a snowmobile parked beside a shed. Tom reached the porch first and pounded on the door. Hello, he called. We need help. No answer. He tried the bell. It made no sound. I pressed Eli against the wall to shield him from the wind. He had stopped crying, which worried me more. His face had gone still and grayish. He stared at the snowmobile. Tom knocked again. Please, we have a child with us. A dog barked inside. The sound punched relief through me. A dog meant people. A dog meant warmth and phone service, and someone who knew the road. The barking grew frantic, nails scratching at the other side of the door. "Hello," I shouted. "Please." A curtain shifted in the window. For a second, I saw a face. Older woman, pale hair, wide eyes. Then the curtain dropped. "She's there," I said. "She saw us." Tom stepped to the window, careful not to crowd it. "Ma'am, please, we're staying down the road. Someone may be inside our rental. We need to call police." The door stayed closed. The dog barked and barked. A deadbolt slid. Relief hit me too early. The door opened 4 inches on a chain. The woman inside was Gail Mercer, maybe late 60s, female, bundled in a flannel robe over a turtleneck. I didn't know her name then. I saw it later on a package by the door. In that moment, she was just a frightened local woman looking at 3 strangers on her porch in the middle of a storm. "We need help," Tom said. "I called already," she said. "You called police." "I called about the man." My mouth went dry. "What man?" "The one by your place. I saw him before the snow got thick." Leaned closer. "Where?" "Backside of the house, near the deck. I thought he was the caretaker at first. Then he was carrying something." "What?" She swallowed. "A shovel or a long stick, I don't know." "Can we come in?" I asked. "Please, my son is freezing." Her eyes flicked to Eli. For a moment, her face softened. Then she looked past us toward the road, and fear closed it again. "I can't," she said. "What?" "I'm alone. We're not dangerous." "I don't know that." The chain held the door at 4 inches. Warm air leaked around her, smelling like coffee and dog fur. Tom's voice tightened. "Ma'am, please." "I'll call again," she said. "You need to go." "Go where?" I asked. She glanced at Eli once more and whispered, "Not back there." Then she shut the door. The deadbolt slid home. Eli stared at it. Tom's face went red. Unbelievable. "No," I said, though I felt the same anger blooming hot in my chest. "She's scared. We have a kid. So does whoever is watching us," in her mind. The dog kept barking inside, muffled now. Then the curtain moved again. Gail watched us from behind it, phone pressed to her ear. That gave us something. Not shelter, but information. A man near the deck. A shovel or long stick, seen before the snow thickened. And another phone call going to dispatch. We left her porch because standing there felt like begging a locked door to become a person. The wind had shifted while we were up the lane, and now it pushed against our backs, urging us downhill, back toward the road and the rental. Tom wanted to continue past the mailbox toward town. "On foot," I said. "It's downhill." "Eli can barely walk." "I can," Eli said automatically. "You're shaking." I said I can. Tom looked at the road. "If we go back, we can get the keys. If we go back, we go toward the man Gail saw. If we keep walking, we're on an exposed road with no service and a storm getting worse." I hated him for being right. I hated myself more because part of me was relieved that the argument had narrowed. The world had become simple in the cruelest way, keys or no keys, car or road, house or storm. A distant horn sounded from below us. Marcy maybe, or the plow, or the pickup. We reached the mailbox and looked toward the rental. The dark pickup was parked crooked at the end of our driveway. No one was inside that we could see. The plow blade was down, angled across the driveway entrance, blocking it. Tom said, "That's deliberate." A figure moved near the Subaru, not close enough to see details, just a man's shape in a dark coat, head down against the snow. He stood by the driver's side, one hand on the roof, as if he were looking through the glass. "Is that him?" Eli asked. The figure turned. We ducked behind the snowbank beside Gail's mailbox. Tom pulled Eli down too quickly, and Eli's elbow hit the wooden post with a hollow thud. "Ow, sorry," Tom whispered. "Sorry." I peeked over the packed snow. The figure was gone. The driver's door of the Subaru was open. "He got it open," Tom said. "How? Maybe broke in. Or has the keys." We both looked at each other. The kitchen hook, 20 feet inside. Back door open. Eli whispered, "Are we stuck?" No one answered. My phone flickered alive with one bar. A text came in from Marcy, sent minutes earlier. "Stay inside if you can. Old service road behind house LEADS to maintenance shed. Shed has landline radio. Do not use unless you have to. Police DLAYD. Road blocked." Then another text began to load, failed, and vanished. "Behind the house. Of course. Not the main road. Not the neighbor. Behind the house, past the deck, past the snowman and the basement hatch, and the place Gail had seen the man. The maintenance shed. A working line or radio. A way to call out if phones failed. A way that forced us back into the property." Tom read the text over my shoulder. "How far? I don't know. Old service road behind the house," he repeated. "Probably past the birches. We don't even know if the shed is unlocked. We don't know anything." The pickup's engine coughed to life. We crouched lower. It reversed slightly, then lurched forward, blades scraping asphalt. Instead of leaving, it pushed snow across the entrance of our driveway, packing it higher. One pass, then another, not plowing us out, plowing us in. The sound was horrible. Metal on ice, engine strain, a deliberate, workmanlike violence. Then the pickup backed away and stopped at the roadside, still blocking part of the drive. The driver got out. This time we saw him clearly enough to know he was a man tall, in a dark hooded parka and brown work pants. His face was covered by a neck gaiter and goggles. In his right hand he carried something long, not a shovel, a snow brush. He walked up the driveway toward the Subaru and calmly began clearing the windshield, like he owned it, like we were late. Eli's teeth chattered beside me. Tom's knuckles were white around the fireplace poker. The man finished brushing snow from the windshield, opened the Subaru's door again, and leaned inside. Brake lights flashed once. "He has the keys," Tom said. The car started. My legs went weak. Our car, our coats, the road, the neighbor, the phones, each solution had narrowed into another trap. The man had turned our own route out into bait. The Subaru rolled backward, tires slipping, then corrected and edged down the driveway toward the road. For one wild second, I thought he was stealing it and leaving us alive, which would have been almost merciful. Instead, he turned it sideways at the entrance beside the pickup. The driveway was sealed now by 2 vehicles and a packed ridge of snow. The man shut off the Subaru. He got out, locked it with the fob, and slipped the keys into his pocket. Then he looked directly toward Gail's mailbox, toward us. Maybe he saw movement. Maybe he'd known all along. He raised one gloved hand and pointed not at us, not exactly, but past us, up Gail's lane. The message was clear enough. Don't go there again." Then he turned and walked around the side of our rental house toward the backyard, toward the deck, toward the service road Marcy had texted about. Tom grabbed my arm. "We need that radio. He's going that way. Then we need to get there before he does." "How?" Tom looked at the tree line across the road. The woods there curved behind Gail's property, and if we cut through, might bring us above the rental's backyard instead of along the driveway. It was a terrible plan. It involved deep snow, no visibility, a hurt child, and a man who knew the property better than we did. But the road behind us was blocked. The neighbor wouldn't open. Our car was gone as a tool. Our phones were unreliable. The house was no longer safe, and the storm was swallowing every track as fast as we made it. Retreat had become a word with no place to stand. Tom looked at Eli. "Buddy, I may need to carry you. I can walk. I know, I may need to anyway." Eli nodded once, too tired to argue. I glanced back at the rental. From this angle, through the blowing snow, I could see the backyard opening between the house and the birches. The snowman stood near the deck stairs now, or what remained of it. Its head had been placed on the top step, facing the kitchen door. Tom stepped off the road into the trees. I followed with Eli between us. Behind us, the pickup and our Subaru blocked the driveway like a closed gate, and ahead of us, the only working way to reach help led through the woods behind the house, into the white where the man had just gone. The woods took the road away from us in less than 20 steps. That was the first bad thing. 1 minute the mailbox was behind us, the rental was down the bend, and Gail's porch light still glowed through the storm like a promise she had refused to keep. Then the trees closed in, and everything human became suggestion. A darker square through snow, a faint engine tick, the shape of a roof you could only see if you already knew it was there. Tom went first with the fireplace poker, using it like a walking stick until the snow got too deep. Eli stumbled between us, one hand in Tom's sweater, the other clamped around my wrist. I came last, turning every few seconds to look behind us, though behind us had become nothing but birch trunks, spruce boughs, and our own messy trail filling in. "Stay close," Tom said. "We are close," I snapped. "I mean closer. There is no closer." My feet had gone from numb to burning. The house slippers were useless now, soaked through and packed with snow. Every step squeezed icy water between my toes. The cold had become a private, savage thing, climbing from my feet into my calves, making my knees feel unreliable. Eli breathed in sharp little bursts. "I can walk," he said before either of us asked. "I know," Tom said. "You keep looking at me like I can't." "I'm looking because I love you." Eli didn't answer. His chin trembled. He turned away like the wind had made his eyes water. We were trying to cut behind Gail's property and come out above the rental's backyard, where Marcy's text said an old service road led to a maintenance shed. On a summer day, it might have been a 10-minute walk. In deep snow, through trees, with a child and no proper gear, it became a maze built out of bad decisions. Tom stopped at a shallow dip between two banks. "Service road," he said. At first, I saw only a long depression in the snow running left to right behind the trees. Then the shape resolved, 2 faint tire ruts beneath the fresh fall, a narrow access path curving downhill toward the back of Birch Hollow. To the right, it climbed toward thicker woods. To the left, it disappeared behind the rental, where the maintenance shed was supposed to be. And somewhere ahead of us, the man had gone that way. "Listen," Tom whispered. We listened. Wind in spruce, ice ticking through branches, Eli's breath, my own pulse, loud in my ears. Then metal clanged faintly from downhill. Not the house. Farther back. "The shed," Tom said. "He's there already," I whispered. "Maybe, Tom, we need the radio. He knows we need it." "I know." That was when the trap finally felt complete. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Worse than that. Designed by somebody patient enough to let weather and fear do half the work for him. We moved along the service road, crouched more from instinct than strategy. The snow was smoother there, easier underfoot, which only made me more aware of the tracks already pressed into it. One set of boot prints led ahead of us. Large tread, straight line, no hurry. The man hadn't needed to run. The service road curved behind the rental's backyard. Through the birches, I could see the rear deck, the open kitchen door, the dark rectangle beneath the deck where the exterior basement had sat. The snowman's head still rested on the top step, its pebble eyes pushed too close together, its empty carrot wound aimed at the house. Near the hatch, the key box hung open. Tom saw it too, his mouth tightened. "He got in there," he said. "I wanted to ask when, before we woke, after Marcy called, while we were upstairs. But the answer didn't matter yet. All that mattered was distance. The maintenance shed appeared beyond the birch line, maybe 40 yards behind the house, half tucked into the trees. It was small and gray, with a slanted metal roof and double doors chained at the handles. A narrow window sat high on one wall, cloudy with frost. Beside it, an old utility pole leaned under the weight of a wire running from the rental. The chain on the shed doors was cut. One door stood open. Tom held out his hand to stop us. The open door moved slightly in the wind, breathing in and out. "Stay here," he said. "No. Claire, I need to check." "No. He's inside. I'd rather he come at me than Eli." I hated that because it was love shaped like stupidity. "You don't get to decide that alone," I said. Tom looked back at me. Snow had collected in his eyebrows and on the shoulders of his sweater. He was shaking now, not visibly enough that Eli would notice, but I did. His lips had a bluish cast. "Fine," he said. "We go together. Quiet." We crossed the last stretch. The shed smelled like gasoline, wet plywood, mouse droppings, and cold metal. Inside, garden tools hung on pegboard. Plastic bins lined one wall. A yellow snowblower sat under a tarp. A workbench ran beneath the window, and on it was a wall-mounted phone, beige like the one in the living room. Beside it sat an old two-way radio. Tom lunged for the phone. No dial tone. He tapped the cradle, pressed buttons, checked the cord. "Dead," he said. "Radio." He grabbed the handset. Static burst loud enough that all three of us flinched. "Lower it," I hissed. Tom turned the knob. The static thinned to a wet crackle. "Hello," he said. "This is Birch Hollow Rental Off." He looked at me. I gave him the road name from memory, the ridiculous Christmas card one. He repeated it. "We need police. There is an intruder on the property. We have a child. Repeat, We need help. Static. Then a broken voice came back, male, distorted. Identify channel. Tom pressed the side button again. Tom Hensley, guest at Birch Hollow. We are behind the house in the maintenance shed. Police have been called. We need. A sound came from outside. A soft crunch. Tom stopped talking. The radio crackled in his hand. Eli's eyes went to the open door. Another crunch, closer. Tom lowered the handset. A gloved hand appeared on the edge of the door. Then the man stepped into view. He was taller than Tom by several inches, broad through the shoulders, wearing the dark parka, brown work pants, goggles pushed up onto his hood, and a black neck gaiter over the lower half of his face. Snow dusted him in uneven patches. He held nothing now. No shovel, no snow brush. Both hands were visible, which made him seem less frightening for about 1 second. Then he spoke. You should have stayed in the house. Tom lifted the poker. Back up. The man's eyes flicked to it. Gray eyes, or maybe pale blue. Hard to tell in the dim. I said back up, Tom repeated. The man looked past him to Eli. Kid okay? Don't talk to him, I said. He shifted his gaze to me. You're Claire. The sound of my name from his mouth made something in me go small and furious. Who are you? You need to come with me. No, the storm's closing the road. Shed line is unreliable. You people are making this worse. Tom laughed once, sharp and humorless. We're making it worse. You broke into our house. I didn't break in. You moved our car. Because you were about to drive straight into a plow berm with a kid in the back and no visibility. You stole the keys. The man's eyes narrowed. Keys were in the car. No, they weren't, I said. They were on the driver's seat when I got there. That stopped us for half a second. Tom said, that's not true. The man's voice stayed flat. I don't care if you believe me. Then why block the driveway? Tom demanded. Because you kept running into the road. You threw things at our door. The man looked genuinely confused. What things? The pebble, the carrot, the scarf. His eyes moved again, briefly, toward the house, toward the deck, toward the snowman's head. Jesus, he said, barely audible. That was the first crack in him. I heard it. Tom heard it too. Before either of us could speak, the radio crackled behind Tom. A voice came through clearer this time. Birch Hollow, repeat your status. This is County Dispatch Relay. Identify your location. The man's posture changed. He took one step forward. Tom shoved the poker toward his chest. Don't. I need that radio. No, you don't understand. Then explain. The man glanced back at the trees. There's someone else on the property. The shed seemed to shrink around us. Eli made a tiny sound. Tom said, nice try. I'm the road contractor. The man pulled down the neck gaiter with one hand. His face was windburned, maybe late 40s, with gray stubble and a split at the corner of his mouth. Name, S. Nate Darlow. Marcy called me before the deputy because I was already plowing below Mercer's place. You left the voicemail, I said. I left one voicemail because I saw your boy outside near the back steps at dawn. He wasn't outside at dawn. Nate looked at Eli. Eli shook his head quickly. I was. Nate's face changed in a way I didn't like. Not disbelief, recalculation. I saw a kid, he said. The radio crackled again. Birch Hollow, do you copy? Tom reached for it. Nate lunged. Everything happened badly. Tom swung the poker, not like a hero, not like someone in a movie. He swung awkwardly from fear, and the end clipped Nate across the forearm. Nate cursed and drove forward, grabbing Tom around the shoulders. They hit the workbench. The radio skidded. Eli screamed. I grabbed the ceramic toothbrush holder from my coat pocket. Somehow I had carried it all this time like a ridiculous little brick, and smashed it into Nate's shoulder. It broke, not on him, on the edge of the workbench. A shard sliced across my palm. Pain came bright and immediate. Nate shoved Tom away. Tom slipped on tracked in snow and went down hard, the back of his head hitting the plywood wall with a dull thump. The poker clattered under the snowblower. "Stop," Nate shouted. "Stop." I didn't stop. I kicked him in the knee. He grunted and staggered. Then a sound came from outside the shed. A child laughing, high, brief, wrong. Eli went silent. The four of us froze. It came again from the trees behind the shed. A small giggle, almost swallowed by the wind. Then a voice called, "Mom." Not Eli's voice exactly. Close enough to hurt. My body tried to move before my mind allowed it. Tom grabbed my ankle from the floor. "Claire, no." "Mom," the voice called again, thinner now, farther away. Eli whispered, "That's not me." Nate turned toward the open door. His face had lost all color under the windburn. "That's who I saw," he said. The radio hissed on the floor. Dispatch kept calling. The shed door banged once against its hinge. Then a figure darted between the birches. Small, child-sized, wearing a red winter coat. Eli's coat was navy. I knew that. I knew it with my whole brain. And still I stepped toward the door, because the voice had said, "Mom." Tom tried to stand and failed. He blinked hard, disoriented. Blood had started at the back of his hairline. Nate grabbed my arm. "Do not go out there." I swung at him with my bleeding hand. "Let go. That is not your kid. I know that." Then act like it. Harsh, brutal, necessary. It snapped something back into place. Another movement came near the shed window. Not child-sized this time. Tall. A face appeared in the frosted glass for less than a second. Bare skin around the eyes. No goggles. A dark cap pulled low. Then the window exploded inward. Glass sprayed across the workbench. Eli screamed and ducked. Tom rolled toward him, covering him with one arm, even half stunned. Nate shoved me behind the snowblower as something came through the broken window. Not a body. A brick wrapped in a child's red scarf. It hit the floor and skidded to my feet. Tied to it with twine was a laminated page. The missing binder page. The top line read, "Service Road and Emergency Shed Access." Below it was a map of the rental, deck, basement hatch, shed, and old road. Someone had removed it so we wouldn't know where to go. Then used Marcy's text or guessed our next move to meet us there. The tall man outside struck the door with his shoulder. Nate slammed it shut just in time. "Chain," he shouted. "The chain's cut," I said. He grabbed a snow shovel from the wall and wedged it through the handles. Tom, still unsteady, crawled toward the radio. The door bucked again. Wood cracked. The fake child voice called from outside, now laughing openly. A recording. That was when I saw the device near the broken window. A small Bluetooth speaker, black and wet, half buried in snow on the sill outside. It crackled, then played the laugh again. Not a child, a speaker. The misdirection wasn't supernatural. It was uglier. Someone had brought a child's voice into the woods to pull me out. Dispatch, Tom gasped into the handset. There are 2 suspects, one at shed, one possibly using a speaker. We are barricaded. 1 adult injured, child present. A voice answered through static. Units delayed by blocked access. Stay on channel. Can you shelter in place? The door struck again. The shovel bent. No, Tom said. Nate looked at the back wall. There's a loft hatch. What? Storage loft. Leads to roof vent. Too small for me. Maybe the kid. No, Eli said immediately. Nate pointed up. Above the workbench was a square hatch in the ceiling, maybe 2 feet wide, with a pull cord. It led to a low storage space under the shed roof, not an exit, but maybe a place to hide Eli if the door failed. No, Eli repeated. I crouched in front of him. My bleeding hand left red dots on the snow between us. Listen to me. I'm not leaving you. You're not leaving. You're hiding. I don't want to. I know. His face crumpled. I can't. There it was, his private terror and mine touching hands. He had spent all morning proving he was brave, and I had spent years pretending control could protect him. Now bravery meant climbing into a dark hole above us, while adults fought below. Tom gripped his shoulder. Buddy, I need you to do this because I can't. Eli looked at his father's blood. That convinced him more than anything else. Nate boosted him first, then me. Pain shot through my sliced palm when I grabbed the hatch frame, but I pulled anyway. Tom tried to stand and nearly collapsed. Nate shoved him toward the ladder shelves. Move, Nate barked. The door cracked again. A strip of daylight opened near the frame. A gloved hand reached through. Nate swung the broken shovel handle down on it. The hand vanished. A man outside screamed, raw and adult. Good, I thought. I am not proud of that, but I thought it. Tom climbed last, slow and clumsy, his eyes unfocused. Nate did not climb. He couldn't fit, and we all knew it. He grabbed the radio and threw it up to me. Keep talking. What about you? I asked. He looked at the door. I started this by trying to handle it alone. Then he shoved the hatch closed under us. The loft was barely a loft. Low rafters, fiberglass insulation, cardboard boxes, mouse droppings. The smell of hot dust trapped from summers past. Eli curled against me, shaking violently. Tom lay on his side, one hand pressed to his head, breathing through his teeth. Below us, Nate dragged something heavy in front of the door. The outside man hit it again. Wood splintered. I keyed the radio. We're in the shed loft. 1 adult below. Suspect attempting entry. Please hurry. Dispatch answered, but the words broke apart. Outside, another engine approached. For 1 impossible second, I thought help. Then Nate shouted, down. The shed wall shook. The pickup had rammed it. Not full speed. Enough. The whole structure lurched. Boxes slid. Eli screamed into my sweater. Tom rolled into a rafter and groaned. The radio slammed against the floorboards, but stayed in my hand. Below, Nate cursed. The pickup reversed. The engine revved again. They're going to knock it down, Tom said. His voice was thick. I looked around the loft, frantic. Boxes, tarps, a coil of rope, a bag of ice melt, old paint cans, Christmas decorations, a plastic sled, a coil of rope. The roof vent was on the far end, a rectangular louvered opening under the eave, screened on the inside. Beyond it, the slope behind the shed dropped toward the service road. Too small for Tom, maybe big enough for Eli, maybe for me if I tore the screen. The pickup hit again. A seam of daylight opened along the wall. Nate yelled in pain. I crawled to the vent and kicked the screen. Once, twice. The metal tore loose on the third kick, slicing my ankle through my pajama pants. Eli, I said. He shook his head. Eli, go. Where? Out, down the roof. Into the snow, crawl to the birches and hide. I can't. You can. I can't leave you. Tom lifted his head. You're not leaving us. You're getting help. The lie was tender and necessary. Below, the door gave way. Men shouted. Nate shouted back. Something heavy crashed. I pushed Eli toward the vent. He fit because children fit where adults don't. That is a terrible sentence to learn as a parent. His boots scraped the wood. His coat caught. He whimpered. I shoved harder than kindness allowed. I'm sorry, I said. Then he was through. For 1 second, I saw him outside on the narrow roof edge, snow whipping around him. Then he slid feet first, vanished from sight, and landed with a muffled cry in the drift below. Eli, I called. No answer. No time. A hand punched through the loft hatch from below. Tom grabbed the coil of rope and looped it around the hatch pole without needing to explain. I understood. We wrapped it around a rafter and pulled together, using our weight to keep the hatch shut. The hatch bucked. My injured palm screamed. Tom's head wound dripped onto the plywood. Hold, he said. I am. The man below rammed it again. The rope burned across my fingers. Then, from outside, a sound rose above the storm. A siren, faint, real. The attack below paused. Another siren joined it. Then a third sound, Gail's dog barking wildly from far away, and a woman's voice shouting, He's over here. He's behind the shed. Gail, not shelter, but witness. A gunshot cracked, not in the shed, outside. Then a deputy's voice, amplified and hard, sheriff's office. Hands where I can see them. Everything became noise, men yelling, wood shifting. The pickup engine revving, then choking off. Boots in snow, Nate groaning below us. The hatch stopped moving. Tom and I held the rope long after we didn't need to. My hands wouldn't open. A face appeared at the vent. For one horrifying second, I thought it was one of them. Then Eli said, Mom. He was crying, snow-covered, alive, and beside him was Marcy Bell in her red parka, one arm around his shoulders. I made a sound I had never made before. Not a sob, not a word. Something pulled from the bottom of me. A deputy climbed into the shed below. More voices followed. Someone called for medical. Someone said one suspect in custody. One fled toward the service road. Someone else said, watch the basement hatch, watch the house, watch the trees. The hatch opened from below. Nate Darlow lay on the shed floor with his arm bent wrong and blood on his cheek, but he was conscious. He looked up at us and managed. Told you there was someone else. Tom laughed once, then passed out. Not dramatically. His eyes rolled and his body went loose against the rafter. I screamed his name. He came back after 3 seconds, but those 3 seconds dug a permanent place inside me. Deputies pulled us down one at a time. My feet hit the shed floor and nearly folded. A paramedic wrapped my hand in gauze. Another checked Tom's pupils and pressed a bandage to the back of his head. Eli clung to my waist so tightly my ribs hurt. Outside, the storm had softened everything again. The pickup sat crooked against the shed wall, its front fender crushed. Our Subaru blocked the driveway below. Deputies moved through the trees like dark marks on white paper. Marcy kept saying she was sorry over and over, though I couldn't understand what she thought she had done. Near the deck, the snowman's head had fallen from the step and cracked open. Inside it, where there should have been packed snow, was a cheap black phone sealed in a plastic bag. A deputy held it up with gloved fingers. "Burner," he said to another. The snowman had not followed us. It had been used, a hiding place, a signal, a joke, maybe worse than a joke. They found the Bluetooth speaker near the shed window, the red child's coat in the trees, the missing binder page tied to the brick, the key box forced open under the deck, the basement hatch unlocked, wet footprints in the kitchen that led to the key hook and back out again. The man they caught at the shed was not Nate. He was younger, early 30s maybe, with a broken hand from the shovel strike and no identification on him. He refused to speak. The second man, the one who had used the child's voice, disappeared into the trees before the deputies fully closed the perimeter. For that moment, though, the central part was over. We were out. Eli was alive. Tom was bleeding but awake. The shed radio had worked long enough. And the snowman, the impossible moving thing that had watched us from the yard all morning, was just ruined snow and hidden plastic and human cruelty. That should have comforted me. It didn't, because as they loaded Tom into the ambulance and wrapped Eli in a silver emergency blanket, I looked back once at the backyard. Fresh snow had already started filling the footprints. The broken snowman was becoming smooth again, like none of it had happened, like the yard was practicing how to lie. The ambulance smelled like plastic, antiseptic, and wet wool. That is the first ordinary thing I remember after the shed. Not the sirens, not the deputies, not Tom's blood or Eli's face when Marcy carried him toward me through the snow. The smell. A paramedic named Jonah, 28 male, with a calm Vermont drawl and a strip of medical tape stuck to his sleeve, kept asking Tom questions while another paramedic wrapped my hand. "What year is it? Who is the president? Do you know where you are?" Tom answered correctly, but with a delay that made me want to grab Jonah by the jacket and ask him to stop pretending this was routine. Tom sat on the ambulance bench with a thermal blanket around his shoulders, his hair matted dark at the back. He kept looking at Eli. "I'm okay," Eli said every time. Tom nodded every time, like he believed him. He didn't. Neither did I. Eli Hensley, 8 male, my son, sat between my knees on the ambulance floor because he refused the bench unless I was touching him. The paramedics wanted him strapped improperly. He went stiff when they tried, not fighting exactly, but folding inward in that awful, quiet way he had used at the neighbor's porch. I said, "Give him a second," and Jonah looked at me, then at Eli, then backed off. Eli's scraped knee had stopped bleeding. His cheeks were raw from cold and tears. His fingers, once warmed, hurt enough that he whimpered into his sleeve and apologized for it. "Don't apologize," I said. "I'm not crying. I know. I know." Outside the open ambulance doors, the backyard had become a work site. Deputies moved in lines between the house, the shed, and the service road, their dark coats standing out against the white. Yellow evidence markers dotted the snow until fresh flakes softened them into tiny buried flags. The pickup sat nose first against the shed wall. Our Subaru remained crooked at the driveway entrance, one rear tire half sunk into a ridge the plow blade had packed there. The snowman was gone. Not gone, technically. Broken, documented, bagged in pieces where pieces mattered. Its head had been split open, the burner phone removed and placed in a clear evidence bag. The pebble eyes had scattered near the deck step. One stick arm lay on the walkway like a snapped bone, though I hated myself for thinking it that way. Deputy Aaron Greer, 42, male, a broad-shouldered local sheriff's deputy with a red nose from the cold and a voice that never quite rose, came to the ambulance once the first sweep was done. We had heard his name all morning before seeing him, which gave him the strange familiarity of a person from a radio show. In real life, he looked tired and angry in a controlled, professional way. "Mrs. Hensley," he said, "we're going to get your statement at the hospital, all right. Not here. Did you find the other one? Not yet." That was honest. I appreciated it and hated it. Tom shifted. "There were two. We believe you. You need dogs. We've requested assistance, but whether S making that slow?" "Everything's slow," Tom said. Deputy Greer looked at him for a moment. "Yes, sir, today it is." The captured man gave them a name eventually, not at the scene. Later, after hours of not speaking, after they treated his broken hand and took fingerprints. His name was Owen Lasky, 32, male, from New Hampshire, with a record that sounded pathetic and frightening at the same time. Burglary, stalking, violating protective orders, theft from seasonal properties. He wasn't some folklore thing from the trees. He was a man with debts, grudges, and practice. The second man was harder. They found boot prints leading from the shed toward the old service road, then losing themselves where the wind swept over exposed ground. They found a second set of tire tracks at a turnout half a mile north. By the time a state trooper reached it, the vehicle was gone. No plate captured, no camera on that stretch, no clean witness, just tracks, just absence. At Copley Hospital in Maurysville, everything became fluorescent. The emergency department was warm and too bright, with beige floors, blue privacy curtains, and the constant soft beeping of machines behind walls. A nurse named Renee Calder, 55, female, brisk and gentle in the same breath, cleaned my palm while I stared over her shoulder at a poster about stroke symptoms. "You're going to need stitches," she said. "How many?" "Enough that you'll get a story out of it. I already have one." Her hands paused for half a second. "Fair." The cut across my palm took 7 stitches. The ankle cut took 3 little adhesive strips and a warning to keep it clean. My feet were checked for frostbite. "No permanent damage," they said. "Just cold injury, bruising, and a few days of pain when I walked." Tom had a concussion and 4 staples in his scalp. They kept him for observation because he had lost consciousness, even briefly. He hated that. He kept insisting he was fine, then asking the same question 10 minutes later. "Where's Eli? With me. Did they check him? Yes. Is he okay? Yes. 10 minutes later. Where's Eli? By the fourth time, Eli answered himself from the chair beside the bed. I'm here, Dad. Tom turned his head slowly and smiled with one side of his mouth. There you are. Eli tried to smile back. It didn't work. Marcy Bell came to the hospital around 3 in the afternoon, still in her red parka, her silver braid damp and frayed. She stood at the curtain opening, holding a paper cup of coffee she clearly had not drunk. I shouldn't intrude, she said. You're not, I told her. She looked at Tom, then Eli, then my bandaged hand. Her face tightened. I am so sorry. You didn't do this, Tom said. I managed that property. You didn't put men under the deck. She flinched at that, not because he was cruel, but because the sentence was so plain. Marcy told us what she knew. The owners had installed the key box years ago for cleaners and maintenance crews. Too many people had known the code over time. She had asked them to replace it more than once. They kept saying they would. The exterior basement hatch had been old, warped, easy to force if you knew how. The landline was still active because cell service was spotty up there. The emergency shed radio was for storms, power failures, lost hikers, and property crews. It was not supposed to be a secret exactly, but it wasn't listed online. Someone knew the layout, I said. Marcy nodded. Or stole it from the binder after they got inside. The missing page. Yes. When? She rubbed her forehead. Deputies think Lasky entered before you woke. Maybe through the basement hatch. Maybe while you were sleeping. Eli stopped swinging his legs. I said, not now. Marcy's eyes filled. I'm sorry. Not now, I had said, like later would be better. There wasn't a better later. Deputy Greer came by after Marcy. He took our statements separately, which I found both sensible and unbearable. Eli's interview was short, with me present, and a child services advocate on speaker, because procedure still exists after horror, maybe especially then. Eli told them he had not gone outside at dawn. He had woken up only when I opened the door. He had heard the house phone ring. He had seen the snowman move closer, though he corrected himself quickly and said, I mean, somebody moved it. That correction hurt. The deputy asked about the red coat. Eli stared at the blanket in his lap. It sounded like me when I was little. Greer looked up from his notes. What do you mean? The voice thing on the speaker. It didn't sound exactly like me now. It sounded like one of Mom's old videos. I felt the room tilt slightly. Tom, from the bed, turned his head. I said, What? Eli swallowed. The laugh. It sounded like that video where I fell in the leaf pile at Grandma S. Nobody spoke for a second. I had posted that video years ago. A private family account, or what I had thought of as private. Grandparents, friends, a few old coworkers. My mother watched it so many times that Eli used to complain she was wearing out the internet. Deputy Greer wrote that down. Could they get that? I asked. People get a lot of things, he said carefully. That's not an answer. No, ma'am, it is. Later, they confirmed the speaker had been loaded with several short audio clips. Laughter. A child calling Mom. Wind noise. The first voicemail was from the burner phone inside the snowman's head. The unknown caller had used names pulled from the rental booking, social media, or both. The police never said definitively which. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe they didn't want to admit how easy it had been. Nate Darlow came in 2 rooms down from us. Broken ulna, bruised ribs, mild hypothermia, cuts across his face from the shed window glass. Tom asked to see him before discharge, and at first the nurse said no. Then Tom said, "I hit him with a fireplace poker." And the nurse sighed like that did complicate the etiquette. Nate Darlow, late 40s, male, road contractor, and part-time plow driver, looked smaller in a hospital bed. Without the parka and goggles, he was just a tired man with gray stubble and a cast forming around one arm. His wife sat beside him, arms crossed, furious in the way people get when fear has nowhere to go. Tom stood in the doorway. I stayed behind him, Eli pressed against my side. "I'm sorry," Tom said. Nate blinked at him. "For which part? The poker. Fair enough. I did tackle you in a shed. I thought you were him. I figured." There was an awkward silence. Then Nate said, "I should have called dispatch first and kept my distance. Marcy called me, said there might be folks in trouble, and I thought I could scare off some prowler before it became a whole thing." His wife made a small, sharp sound. Nate glanced at her. "I know. You left the voicemail," I said. He nodded. "Saw a kid near the deck when I drove past before sunrise. Red coat, small. Thought it was yours. Thought maybe your boy had wandered out and you didn't know. Why didn't you knock?" "I did." "No," I said. "At the front, twice. Maybe you were upstairs." Then I saw someone move behind the deck, and I thought. He stopped. I don't know what I thought. I thought I could handle it. There it was again. The day's shared disease. Everyone trying to handle one piece alone. After the hospital, we did not return to Birch Hollow. Marcy packed our things with a deputy present and brought them to a small motel on Mountain Road, where the rooms smelled like radiator dust and pine cleaner. She returned Tom's wallet, Eli's backpack, my purse, and the car keys in a plastic bag because they had been evidence for a few hours before being released. Our Subaru stayed impounded for processing. The rental owners called once. Tom let it go to voicemail. We stayed 2 nights because the storm closed half the roads, and because Tom wasn't supposed to travel with a concussion. Eli slept in the bed closest to the wall. I slept beside him, though sleep is the wrong word. Tom took the other bed and woke every hour, sometimes asking where he was, sometimes pretending he hadn't. On the second night, Eli whispered, "Mom." "Yeah, I knew it wasn't me." "What was?" The voice. I turned my head on the pillow. He was looking at the motel curtains, where passing headlights made slow white bars across the fabric. "I knew it wasn't me," he said again. "But I still wanted you to go." I understood. That was the thing I couldn't say without breaking something. I wanted to go too. "Why?" "Because I'm your mom." "But it wasn't me." "I know." He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "That's mean." "Yes, not scary mean, just mean." I reached for his hand under the blanket. He let me take it. "Yeah," I said. "That's exactly what it was." We drove home on the 3rd day in a rental car, back down through snowbanks and salt gray roads, past plow trucks and gas stations and tourists carrying skis like nothing in the world had teeth. Tom wore sunglasses because light hurt his head. Eli watched out the window and said very little. home in Massachusetts, our own house looked too familiar and not familiar enough. The first thing Tom did was change the locks. Not the next day. That day. He sat on the floor by the front door with a screwdriver and a bandage visible at his hairline, moving slowly because sudden motion made him nauseous. I wanted to tell him to rest. I didn't. He needed something to fix that would stay fixed. I deleted the leaf pile video that night. Then I deleted every public picture of Eli I could find. Then I kept going, through albums and old posts and forgotten accounts, removing names from captions, locations from memories, little scraps of our life that had once felt harmless because harm had not yet introduced itself. Tom found me at the kitchen table at 1:40 a.m., crying silently over a photo of Eli at 4, wearing rain boots and holding a worm. He closed the laptop. "Not all at once," he said. "I put him out there." "No, I did." "No," he said again. And this time he sat beside me until I believed him just enough to breathe. The legal part moved slowly. Owen Lasky was charged with burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, vehicle theft, criminal threatening, and several things I had to look up. Investigators connected him to thefts from 2 other seasonal rentals, but nothing as elaborate as what happened to us. He eventually talked, according to Greer, not to us directly, through reports and careful summaries. He and the second man had been using empty vacation homes for theft. They targeted properties with key boxes, weak basement access, bad cell coverage, and predictable guest turnover. They had watched Birch Hollow before. They knew the house. They knew the emergency shed existed. They had not expected guests to wake early. The snowman, at first, had simply been convenient cover for the burner phone. Then it became part of the intimidation because it worked. That was Greer's phrase, because it worked. The second man was identified as Martin Voss, 39, male, no fixed address, prior work as a seasonal handyman in the region. He had access to old maintenance notes, including codes that should have been changed years earlier. A warrant went out. Months passed before he was arrested in Maine after trying to sell stolen tools from another rental property. That should have ended the story cleanly. It didn't, because one question never settled. Nate's first sighting. He remained certain he had seen a child in a red coat near the deck at dawn. Lasky claimed there had been no child, only Voss, and Voss was nearly 6 feet tall. Voss later denied wearing the red coat outside until the shed. The red coat itself was found in the woods, child-sized, thrift store brand. No usable prints after the snow and wet. Maybe Nate saw Voss crouched by the deck with the coat in his hands. Maybe wind and snow and distance made a grown man into a child shape. Maybe Nate, like the rest of us, saw fear before he saw facts. That is the explanation I choose when I need one. Most days it works. By February, Eli was back at school. He didn't tell his friends much. Only that someone broke into the place. We stayed in Vermont, and Dad got hurt, and Mom had stitches. He stopped wanting to build snowmen, but he didn't announce it. He just found other things to do when snow fell. Legos, Coco, a documentary about deep-sea creatures, anything indoors. Tom healed mostly, headaches for a few weeks, a scar hidden under his hair, a new habit of checking rental listings for words like secluded, rustic, private access, and then closing the tab. As for me, I got better at not checking locks twice. I checked them once, slowly. That was progress, my therapist said. The scar on my palm tightened whenever the weather turned cold. A thin white line crossing the place where a lifeline is supposed to be, though I don't believe in that sort of thing. Sometimes Eli would trace it with his finger while we watched TV, not asking about it, just confirming it was there. In March, an envelope came from the sheriff's office with returned property forms and a copy of the final report. Tom read the report first. Then I did. Most of it was factual and dry. Weather conditions, heavy snow, reduced visibility. Point of entry, exterior basement hatch. Recovered items, burner phone, Bluetooth speaker, red coat, laminated map page, bolt cutters, vehicle key fob. Suspect actions, intimidation, obstruction, attempted unlawful entry, use of recorded audio. There was one photo printed near the back, probably included by mistake, or because bureaucracy has no instinct for mercy. The backyard at Birch Hollow after the storm. The deck. The birches. The kitchen window. Collapsed remains of the snowman near the steps, already softened by new snow. I almost put it through the shredder. Instead, I looked at it longer than I should have. In the photo, the snowman's body was broken and slumped, its head split where the phone had been removed. The pebble eyes were gone. The carrot was gone. The green scarf was evidence. Everything had been explained. Almost everything. Near the lower edge of the photo, just beyond the deck stairs, there was a small mark in the snow. A boot print, maybe. Or a child's footprint. Or nothing. Just a dent made by falling ice, already filling in. I folded the report closed and put it in the back of the filing cabinet, behind tax records and the warranty for a dishwasher we didn't own anymore. That night, snow fell at home for the first time since Vermont. Not much, just enough to soften the lawn and line the porch rail. Eli stood at the window after dinner, watching it come down under the streetlight. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded. After a while, he said, "We don't have to build one." "No," I said, "we don't." He leaned his shoulder against mine. Outside, a neighbor's kid dragged a sled down the sidewalk, the plastic scraping over patches of pavement with a rough, ordinary sound. A dog barked. A car passed slowly, tires hissing through slush. Our house was warm. The locks were changed. The people who had hurt us were caught. Still, before I went to bed, I opened the back door and looked at the yard. Just once. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing I noticed was the missing button. Not missing from the shirt itself. That would have made sense. I lose buttons the way some people lose earrings, and I had already spent half the morning crawling around the hardwood floor of my bedroom in socks, padding under the bed frame, checking the gap between the radiator and the wall, swearing under my breath every time my fingers found lint instead of plastic. The button was missing from the little blue dish on my dresser. That was the part I couldn't explain. I had put it there the night before. I remembered because I'd been annoyed with myself for not fixing it right away. The shirt was a faded green flannel I'd owned since college, soft at the elbows and permanently smelling a little like cedar, no matter how many times I washed it. I'd come home from my shift at the clinic, tugged it off too fast, and heard the small tick of the button hitting the floor. I picked it up, dropped it in the dish beside my cheap silver rings, and told myself I'd sew it back on after dinner. I did not sew it back on after dinner. By morning, the dish held 3 rings, a bent bobby pin, a safety pin, and a tiny curl of dark thread. No button. I stood there in my bra and jeans, one arm through the shirt sleeve, listening to the old pipes click in the walls like someone tapping fingernails against glass. "Me," came a voice from downstairs. "You alive up there?" That was Leela, my sister, 29, female, visiting from Boston with a suitcase full of black clothing, and the particular confidence of someone who had never once apologized to an appliance for bumping into it. She had come down to stay with me in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, for what she kept calling a soft reset, which mostly meant she was between leases, between jobs, and between men she insisted had all taught her something valuable. "I'm alive," I called back. "I'm missing a button. Emotionally or physically? Physically, check the floor. I did. Check the cat. I don't have a cat. Then check your life choices." I looked at myself in the mirror over the dresser. My name is Me Hollies, 32, female nurse practitioner, owner of one narrow old row house on the edge of downtown Lidditz, and a person who likes objects to stay where I put them. That sounds harmless until it is. I make lists for grocery trips. I keep spare batteries in labeled bags. I photograph the stove knobs before I leave for work if I'm tired enough to distrust myself. My father used to call it being prepared. My mother called it borrowing trouble. I called it proof. If I could point to proof, I could breathe. The green flannel hung open, the empty spot in the placket making the whole shirt look wrong. One gap in a straight line. A small failure. I gave up and put on a sweatshirt. Downstairs, the house smelled like burnt toast, and the lemon cleaner Leela had used aggressively on my kitchen counters at midnight. Pale November light pressed against the windows. The street outside was wet from a thin rain that had started before dawn, and every passing tire made that damp paper ripping sound on the pavement. Leela was sitting at my kitchen table with one knee pulled to her chest, eating toast over the sink because she claimed plates were aspirational. Her short brown hair stuck up in uneven pieces, and she had one of my mugs cupped in both hands. "You look haunted," she said. "I look like someone who has to be at an estate cleanout in 40 minutes. That too. The estate cleanout was supposed to be the practical part of my week. My neighbor, Mr. Adler, had died in September, and his niece had been coming by on weekends to sort through the house. He'd lived 2 doors down in a brick duplex with warped shutters and a porch roof that sagged slightly on one side. I had brought him soup twice during his last winter, not because we were close, but because I'd seen him struggling to carry groceries through slush. And after that, he'd waved at me every morning like we'd signed something. His niece had put a few pieces of furniture online, and I'd claimed a cedar chest from the upstairs hall. Nothing romantic, nothing antique roadshow. I just needed somewhere to store blankets that wasn't a plastic tub under my bed. Also, if I'm being honest, I wanted to see inside the house. That's an ugly little truth. Grief makes people nosy in ways they dress up as concern. Mr. Adler had been quiet, always in cardigans, always smelling faintly of pipe tobacco, though I'd never seen him smoke. His curtains had stayed half drawn for years. Sometimes at night, I'd glance over from my upstairs window and see the yellow wedge of his hallway light, then a shadow passing through it, slow and bent. After he died, the house looked less empty than waiting. Leela tore a blackened strip from her toast. So we're taking my car because yours still has that tire pressure light. It's been cold. Tire sensors get dramatic. You also said that about your check engine light. My car has anxiety. So do you. I gave her a look. She softened, which she did rarely and usually by accident. Sorry, but we can take mine. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed on the counter. A text from Cameron. Running 10 min late. Hardware store was out of contractor bags because apparently the whole county is cleaning out dead men's attics today. Cameron Pike, 34 male, was my friend from work, though friend felt too tidy for the shape of him in my life. He was an ER nurse at the same clinic network, broad-shouldered, gentle with old people, terrible at hiding when he was worried. We had kissed once in July at the 4th of July fireworks in Ephrata, both of us a little beer warm and stunned afterward. Since then, we had behaved like two adults pretending a table wasn't wobbling because neither wanted to be the first to fold a napkin under the leg. He's late, I said. Leela's eyebrows went up. He, Cameron, the almost boyfriend. He's not an almost boyfriend, right? He's a man who owns work gloves and appears when furniture needs lifting. He volunteered. Men like that are either in love or trying to prove they're useful after a divorce. He's never been married. Then option 1. I took the mug from her hand and drank her coffee. It was too sweet. Leela made it like dessert, and then complained she felt unstable. She watched me over the rim of the toast. You okay with going in there? It's a house. That's not an answer, I shrugged. The truth was, I didn't love other people's left behind things. Hospitals teach you that objects become sad fast. A pair of reading glasses on a bedside tray. A wedding ring in a plastic cup. A coat still hanging on the hook after the ambulance leaves. The world keeps giving shape to people after they're gone, and sometimes the shape feels more accusing than comforting. But I needed the chest, and I had told Mr. Adler's niece I'd come. So we went. Adler House sat only 2 doors down, but rain had thickened into a needling drizzle, and Leela insisted on driving because she didn't want to carry anything through wet air, like a Dickens orphan. The heater in her Subaru made a faint whining noise. Her backseat was full of laundry, boots, a yoga mat, and 3 unopened mailers she said contained either skincare or financial consequences. Cameron pulled up as we parked. He wore a navy rain jacket, jeans, and old boots with mud dried in the seams. He lifted one hand in apology as he stepped out. "Sorry," he said. "The hardware store guy tried to convince me I needed a 12-pack of dust masks for spiritual reasons." Leela leaned toward me. Useful and charming, terrible combination. Cameron heard her. His ears went pink. At the porch, we were met by Denise Adler, 56, female, Mr. Adler's niece from Harrisburg, a thin woman with careful gray blonde hair tucked under a knitted hat. She had the brisk politeness of someone who had already cried in private and now wanted receipts. Her hands were red from cold, and she held a ring of keys so tightly they clicked against each other. "Thank you for coming," she said. "I'm sorry about the mess. I thought I had more of it under control, but every closet has another closet behind it." "That's old houses," I said. She smiled without showing teeth. "That's old men." Inside, the house was colder than outside in that particular way vacant houses get, holding yesterday's air in their corners. The entry smelled of dust, old paper, and something sweet gone stale, potpourri, maybe, or the last trace of pipe tobacco sunken into wallpaper. Plastic bins lined the hallway. Yellow sticky notes marked furniture: donate, keep, sell, unsure. From somewhere upstairs came a faint tick, tick, tick. Leela paused. "Clock," Denise looked up. "Radiator. The heat comes on when it feels like it." The sound stopped. We all listened for half a second longer than necessary. Then Cameron clapped his gloved hands once, gentle but deliberate. "Cedar chest. Upstairs hall," Denise said. "Second floor. It's heavier than it looks." The staircase creaked under us one at a time. On the wall were pale rectangles where framed pictures had hung for decades. The exposed wallpaper was several shades brighter beneath them, ghost frames left behind in dust and sun fade. Leela ran a finger along one and showed me the gray smudge. "Gross," she whispered. "Don't touch mystery walls. You're no fun." The cedar chest sat under the upstairs window, exactly as advertised. Dark wood, brass hinges, a few scratches on top, but solid. I lifted the lid, and the smell rose at once, sharp and clean, like pencils and old closets. Inside were folded quilts wrapped in tissue paper. Denise sighed. "Those were my aunt's. I forgot they were still in there." "We don't have to, no." She waved me off. "Take the chest. I'll move the quilts." Cameron crouched to inspect the base. "We can get this down if we clear the turn on the stairs." "By we," Leela said. "You mean you and your tragic shoulders." "I mean all of us, but sure." Denise carried the quilts into a bedroom while we shifted bins out of the hallway. A bedroom door stood open. I caught a glimpse of stripped mattress, bare curtain rods, a closet with old shoe boxes stacked on the shelf. Then something tapped below us. Not loud, just a small sound from downstairs. Tap, 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 Leela straightened. "That the radiator too?" Denise stepped back into the hall with tissue paper clinging to her sleeve. "Probably. This place makes noises." I believed her. Houses make noises. Old houses especially. Pipes expand, wood settles, windows shift in damp weather. My own house had a stair that popped every night at 11:15 like it was clearing its throat. Still, the taps had sounded too neat. Cameron looked at me, not alarmed exactly, just checking. That was one of the things he did. He checked exits, moods, grip strength. ER people learn the room before the room learns them. You want me to look? He asked. It's fine, Denise said quickly. Too quickly, maybe. Really, I've been hearing things all morning. She smiled again, but this time her mouth trembled at one corner. We moved the chest. It took 20 sweaty minutes and 3 arguments about angles. The thing was heavier than guilt. Leela banged her shin on a stair tread and said a word Denise pretended not to hear. Cameron caught the lower end when my grip slipped, and the chest thudded into his thigh hard enough to make him hiss through his teeth. You okay? I asked. Yep. You said that like a liar. Minor blunt force friendship injury. By the time we got the chest to the entry hall, rain was ticking against the porch roof, and the 4 of us were breathing hard. I wiped my palms on my jeans. Dust had stuck to the sweat at my wrists. Denise glanced toward the back of the house. The tapping came again, this time from behind a closed door off the dining room. Tap, a pause, tap. Leela stopped rubbing her shin. Okay, that one I'm not blaming on pipes. Denise closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, she looked embarrassed, which somehow made the whole thing worse. There's a back room, she said. A little storage room. My uncle kept collections. Collections, Cameron asked. Clocks, stamps, model trains for a while, bird figurines. My aunt used to say he collected hobbies more than objects. Denise tried to laugh. It came out dry. I've been putting off that room. Why? Leela asked. Because Leela had never met a boundary she didn't want to poke for structural weakness. Denise rubbed her thumb over the key ring. Because it's crowded, and because some of it's breakable, and because I'm tired. That should have been enough. It wasn't our business. We were there for the chest, not whatever Mr. Adler had locked in a storage room behind his dining room. But then the tap came again. Not from the door this time, from inside the room. A small, precise sound, like fingernail on porcelain. Denise's face tightened. Cameron shifted his weight. Could be something leaning. Changes humidity. Stuff settles. Exactly, I said too fast. Leela looked from me to Cameron and then to Denise. Do you want us to help move whatever's in there? Denise didn't answer right away. Outside, a car passed on the wet street, tires hissing. Somewhere deeper in the house, the heat kicked on with a clank that traveled through the vents. The air smelled warmer for a second, metallic and dusty. I probably should sort it while I have people here, Denise said. The key scraped in the lock. The storage room door opened inward only halfway before it struck something on the floor. Denise pushed carefully. Something shifted with a soft wooden knock. The room beyond was narrow and dim, the only window covered by a yellowed shade. Shelves lined both walls from floor to ceiling. At first, I thought they held jars, the way the weak light caught rows of pale faces behind glass. Then my eyes adjusted. Dolls. Dozens of porcelain dolls sat on the shelves, on the floor, in cardboard boxes, in a child-sized rocking chair near the window. They wore lace dresses, sailor suits, velvet coats, bonnets tied beneath painted chins. Their cheeks were pink circles. Their mouths were small and red. Some had wigs that had slipped crooked over time, exposing shiny white skull curves beneath curls. A string from the shade tapped the window frame in the draft. Tap, tap. Leela exhaled. Oh, Absolutely not. Denise gave a brittle laugh. My aunt collected them first. After she died, he kept buying them. I don't know why. The smell in the room was different from the rest of the house. Powdery, floral. Under it, cardboard and dust and old fabric. I stepped just close enough to see that several dolls had paper tags tied around their wrists with dates written in blue ink. Cameron leaned around the doorframe. That's a lot of eyes. They're glass, Denise said. Most of them, I think. Leela whispered. That clarification did not help. I should have backed away. I should have said we had the chest. We'd leave her to it. Good luck. Call an estate dealer. But there was a box tipped against the door, and that was why it hadn't opened fully. Cameron bent to move it aside. Careful, Denise said. Some are valuable. He lifted the box with both hands. Something inside slid. A doll rolled against the cardboard flap, face upward. It was smaller than the others, maybe 18 inches tall, with brown glass eyes and hair cut into a blunt dark bob. For a second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Then my focus caught on the fabric. Green flannel, soft, faded, frayed at the tiny cuffs. One empty spot down the front where a button should have been. Leela said my name very quietly. Cameron lowered the box like it had warmed in his hands. The doll was wearing a miniature version of my shirt. Not similar, not vaguely inspired. Mine had a bleach speck near the left pocket from a cleaning shift 3 years earlier. The doll's tiny shirt had the same pale dot, scaled down but unmistakable, stitched into the fabric like someone had copied it with care. My mouth tasted like coffee and burnt toast. Denise looked confused. What is it? I reached down before I could think better of it. Not touching the doll, just lifting the edge of the shirt with one finger. At the placket, where my missing button had been, a single green button was sewn neatly in place. The thread was dark, the same dark thread that had been curled in the blue dish on my dresser that morning. Leela stepped back hard enough to bump the hall table. A framed photo tipped and slapped flat against the wood. Cameron said, "Me, just that." I let the shirt fall back against the doll's porcelain chest. The house made another sound then. A settling groan, probably. A pipe, a board, something explainable. Denise looked between us. "Do you know that doll?" "No," I said, but my voice came out thin. Leela's hand found my sleeve. "Me, we should go." Cameron was staring at the doll with the fixed concentration he used on triage rooms. "Did anyone have access to your house?" "No, landlord, I own it. Spare keys. My sister has one. My emergency key is with Mrs. Alvarez next door." Leela held up both hands. I did not make a creepy doll shirt before breakfast. Denise's confusion sharpened into worry. "I'm sorry. I don't understand." Neither did I. That was the worst part. Not fear yet, not fully. Just the mind slamming into a locked door and trying every key on the ring. A doll in a dead man's storage room was wearing my missing button. The normal explanation had to exist somewhere. Mistaken memory. Coincidence. A doll outfit made from the same thrifted flannel pattern. Someone moving items between houses. A prank. A bad one. But the button was there. And so was the little bleach mark. Denise reached for the doll. "Maybe I should." "Don't," Cameron said, not loud, firm. Denise froze. Rain scratched softly at the windows. Down the hall, the cedar chest sat by the front door, ready to go. The practical reason we'd come here, the simple errand, the thing we could still lift into Leela's car and carry back into my house as if the day had not bent sideways. Leela leaned close to my ear. We leave, right now. We lock your doors. We call somebody. Call who? I whispered. She didn't answer. Cameron looked at me. We can take a picture, then step outside, then decide. Denise's key ring clicked in her shaking hand. The doll lay in the cardboard box, brown eyes aimed at the ceiling, my tiny green shirt buttoned neatly over its stiff porcelain body. I stood in the doorway of that narrow room, rain ticking behind the shade, dust rising in the heat, and understood that whatever choice I made next would make the story real. Leave it here and pretend I hadn't seen it, or document it, touch it. Ask why a piece of my bedroom had found its way into a dead man's house. My phone felt heavy in my pocket. Nobody moved. Not yet. Cameron took the first picture. He didn't touch the doll. He crouched in the doorway, braced one elbow against his knee, and held his phone steady with both hands like he was photographing an injury before cleaning it. The flash went off and caught every glass eye in the storage room at once. For half a second, the shelves glittered. Don't do that again, Leela said. It was on auto. Turn auto off. He tapped the screen. Done. Denise stood behind him with the key ring pressed against her chest. The keys had stopped clicking because she had clenched them tight enough to bury the edges in her palm. Her face had gone pale under the soft powder she wore, and for the first time since we'd arrived, she looked less brisk than lost. I don't understand why this is happening, she said. I don't even know you. You know where I live, I said. The words came out sharper than I meant. Denise flinched. Everyone on the block knows where everyone lives. I didn't mean, no, I know, I'm sorry. But I wasn't really sorry. Not all the way. The doll was in her uncle's house. My button was on it. My shirt had been copied down to a stain I barely noticed anymore. There was a straight line between her family and my bedroom, even if none of us could see it yet. Leela moved closer to me, shoulder brushing mine. Me, picture, then out. Cameron nodded without looking up, agreed. He took 3 more photos. One wide shot of the room, one of the doll in the box, one close enough that the button filled half the screen. Then his phone buzzed. He glanced at it and frowned. No service. Denise said, it's bad in here. The back of the house is a dead zone. Great, Leela muttered. Of course it is. We step outside, Cameron said. Call Liddit's borough police from the porch. Non-emergency unless something else happens. Something else already happened, Leela said. I mean active threat. Define active. He didn't answer because that was the problem. None of us could define anything. I reached into my pocket and checked my own phone. 1 bar flickered and vanished. No Wi-Fi, obviously. I thumbed open the camera anyway. My hands looked steadier than they felt. Me, Leela said. I need my own pictures. You need distance. I need proof. There it was. My flaw laid out like a bad habit in daylight. Leela knew it. Cameron probably did too. I could hear it in the silence that followed. I had spent years telling myself that if I documented enough, labeled enough, saved enough receipts and screenshots and appointment notes, I could keep the world from surprising me. My mother's stroke had happened in the middle of a Tuesday while I was at work, and by the time I reached the hospital, my father had already signed forms he didn't understand, and every nurse spoke in that careful voice people use when they know you are about to be told there was no warning. After that, proof became a kind of railing. Receipts, photos, lists, locked doors checked twice, then 3 times. Now I was standing in a dead man's storage room, staring at a doll dressed in evidence from my bedroom, and the old hunger for certainty pulled me forward by the ribs. I stepped over the threshold. The floor gave a wet little creak beneath my shoe. Cameron caught my arm. Careful, I'm not touching anything. That's not the only concern. The room was colder than the hall. The window shade moved slightly in a draft I couldn't feel, tapping its pull cord against the frame in a steady, patient rhythm. The shelves crowded close on both sides, making my shoulders want to fold inward. Doll faces stared from the dimness, some perfectly arranged, others slumped at angles where their stands had loosened. I lifted my phone. The screen showed the small doll in the box. Brown eyes, blunt bob, green flannel. I took one photo, then another. On the second flash, I saw the tag around its wrist. Not a price tag, not a collector's label. A strip of cream cardstock tied with red thread. There was writing on it. I bent closer. Cameron said, "Me." I ignored him. The handwriting was tiny and cramped, blue ink faded at the edges. MH, 1114, green shirt. Button taken the air seemed to thicken around my face. I backed up too fast and bumped the shelf behind me. Porcelain clicked against porcelain in a delicate chain reaction. Something small toppled. Cameron reached past me and caught a doll before it fell, his glove closing around a lace dress and stiff legs. "Out," he said. This time I didn't argue. We gathered in the dining room like people pretending not to panic. Denise shut the storage room door but didn't lock it. I noticed that. So did Leela. "Lock it," Leela said. Denise blinked. "What?" "Lock the creepy doll room." "I don't think, Denise," Cameron said gently. "Lock it." She did. The key scraped, turned, and clicked. The sound should have helped. It didn't. A lock only matters if the thread is on the correct side of it. My phone found one bar near the front window. Cameron stood beside me, trying his. Leela paced between the dining room and entry hall, arms folded so tightly her knuckles showed white against her black sweater. Denise sat on the edge of an old dining chair, staring at the floor. "Non-emergency," Cameron said, "unless you want 911. "It's a burglary," Leela said, "or stalking, or both. That's emergency enough. They'll ask if anyone is in immediate danger." "Me is in immediate danger. We don't know that. Someone was in her room." The sentence landed. No one moved. Outside, rainwater trickled down the porch steps. A delivery truck groaned past, its brakes squealing at the corner. Normal sounds, ordinary street. 2 doors down was my house with the blue dish on the dresser and the bed I had left unmade. My house. "I need to check my place," I said. Leela turned. "Absolutely not. I'm not going in alone. But if someone got in, there could be a broken window. A door, something. We call police first." "I am calling police." My phone failed on the first attempt. The call screen hung there, blank-faced, then dropped. I tried again by the window, pressing my shoulder against cold glass. This time it rang. A dispatcher answered with calm efficiency, and I explained the situation badly at first. Missing button, neighbor's dead uncle, doll wearing my shirt, wrist tag, possible break-in. The dispatcher asked if anyone was injured. No. If the suspect was present. I don't know. If I had touched the item. No, not the doll. I photographed it. If there were weapons in the house. Denise looked up sharply when I repeated the question. I don't know, she said. My uncle had a hunting rifle years ago, but I thought he sold it. The dispatcher told us officers would be sent, but because there was no active intruder confirmed and no injury, response might take a little while. The words were polite, procedural. A little while could mean 10 minutes or 40. It could mean longer if someone else had worse luck. Then she asked where I was. At 218 East, no, sorry, at 214 East Lemon, I said, looking at Denise. Denise nodded. And my house is 218. The dispatcher paused. Are you currently able to see your residence? I turned toward the front window. Through rain and bare branches, I could see the front of my row house 2 doors down. Brick damp and dark. White trim, porch light off. The upstairs bedroom curtain moved, just once. A slight inward twitch, as if someone had brushed it from behind. My hand tightened around the phone. Ma'am, the dispatcher said. I couldn't answer. Cameron followed my stare. What? The curtain settled. Leela came to the window. What, me, what? I saw the curtain. At your house, I nodded. Leela's face changed. The teasing went out of it so completely she looked younger. I left my bag in there. Leela, my wallet, my laptop, my meds. You have meds in there. Just my anxiety prescription. You said you kept it in your purse. I do. My purse is in your living room. Another time, I might have snapped at her. Why would you leave it? Why didn't you bring it? Why didn't you tell me? But fear has a way of sanding off the useless edges of anger. Her mouth had gone flat, and I knew she was already calculating the hours without it, the drive to replace it, the phone calls, the way pharmacies treat people when they ask for help with controlled substances. Cameron took the phone gently from my hand. Hi, this is Cameron Pike. I'm with me Hollies. She saw movement at her residence. Yes, 2 doors down. We are not entering. He looked at me while he said it. We are not entering. The dispatcher must have told him to remain where we were, because he said, understood, then, yes, we'll stay together, and ended the call. Leela laughed once, not because anything was funny. So we stand here watching someone root around me's house. We don't know someone is inside, Cameron said. I swear to God, if you say pipes. I'm not saying pipes. I'm saying we don't go in without police. Denise rose from the chair. There's a back window in the kitchen. From my yard, you can see the back of me's house better than from here. No, Cameron said immediately. But the idea had already crossed the room and found all of us. Denise swallowed. We wouldn't enter her house. Just look. Leela looked at me. If someone's in there, they could leave before police come. And if no one's in there, I said, then we stop standing in a dead man's doll museum thinking your curtains are waving at us. Cameron ran a hand over his jaw. His practical brain was fighting his protective one. I could see it. He wanted to keep us contained, visible, safe. He also wanted information, because information is the drug of every anxious person and every medical worker who has ever waited on a lab result. "We go to the backyard," he said finally. "Together. We stay outside. We do not approach Me's doors or windows. We do not split up," Leela saluted. "Yes, Dad, I mean it. I know you mean it. That's your whole thing." The back of the Adler house was worse than the front. The kitchen was half-packed, cabinet doors open, counters lined with mugs wrapped in newspaper. A clock shaped like a cat sat on the windowsill, with its tail pendulum stilled. Denise unlocked the back door after fighting the swollen wood for a moment, then pushed it open into a narrow yard gone brown with winter. Cold rain pricked my face. The yards behind the row houses were separated by low chain-link fences and sad little strips of grass. Trash bins stood in rows along the alley. Someone's wind chime made a thin, irregular sound. A wet tarp flapped on a grill. From there, I could see my back porch. The kitchen door was shut. The small window over the sink was dark. My bedroom window, second floor rear, was visible above the porch roof. The curtain hung still. "Looks closed," Cameron said. "My basement window," Leela whispered. At first, I didn't know what she meant. Then I saw it. The small ground-level windows beneath my kitchen had been pushed inward. Not shattered, not obviously forced, just open 2 or 3 inches, the black gap behind it breathing out damp basement air. My stomach folded. "That window was painted shut," I said. "Maybe not anymore," Leela said. Cameron took a step toward the fence, then stopped himself. "Take a photo." I did, zoomed in. The image blurred with rain. I took another. Then my phone buzzed. A text banner appeared at the top of the screen. "Unknown number. You shouldn't have opened the room." For a few seconds, I couldn't make my thumb work. Leela saw my face. "What?" I showed her. She clapped a hand over her mouth, not dramatically, just to keep whatever sound had risen there from escaping too loudly. Cameron read it and immediately looked around the yard, then up at the neighboring windows. Denise whispered, "Oh my God." The phone buzzed again. "Unknown number," put her back. The rain sounded suddenly detailed. Drops ticking off metal trash can lids. Water running in gutters. The tarp snapping once hard, then sagging. Cameron said, "Screenshot it." I did. "Do not respond." "I wasn't going to. You looked like you might." "I look like a lot of things right now." Leela's voice shook. "Who is her?" Nobody answered. From inside the Adler house, something banged. We all turned. Not a settling noise. Not pipes. A full, heavy thud from the front half of the house. Denise made a small, wounded sound. The storage room. Cameron moved first, then stopped at the open back door like an invisible leash had jerked him short. "We stay outside." "My uncle's house is open," Denise said. "The front door, it's closed, but not locked. We left it. The chest is blocking." Another sound came from inside. Wood scraping on wood. Slow. Leela grabbed my wrist. "No," Denise had started trembling. "If someone's in there, they're between us and the street." That changed the shape of things. The backyard had one gate into the alley, but the latch was wrapped with a rusted chain. Denise fumbled toward it anyway. Cameron crossed to help, boots slipping in wet grass. The chain had been looped and padlocked from the alley side. "Denise," he said, keeping his voice controlled, "where's the key?" I don't know. My uncle, I don't know. I never used this gate. A third sound came from inside the house. Closer this time. A floorboard creak in the kitchen. We stood in the rain behind the dead man's house, with my basement window open 2 yards away, police not yet there, a locked gate behind us, and someone or something perfectly human and willing to be heard moving through the house we had just left. Cameron looked at the low fences between yards. We climb. Denise stared at him. What? We climb into me's yard, then through to the next if we have to. My basement window is open, I said. I know. Someone could be in there. I know. Leela's fingers dug into my sleeve. Me. Behind us, inside the Adler kitchen, the doorknob turned, slowly, once, then stopped. Cameron lowered his voice to almost nothing. Over the fence. Now, the time for proof was gone. The time for safe choices had narrowed to a wet strip of grass, a low chain link fence, and the dark open mouth of my basement window waiting on the other side. Cameron went over the fence first. It was only waist-high chain link, the kind meant to mark property lines more than stop anyone. But rain made everything meaner. The top rail was slick. His boot caught halfway over, and for one ugly second, he folded forward with his hands out, jacket scraping metal. He landed in my yard on one knee with a wet grunt. Fine, he said before anyone asked. He wasn't fine. I heard the scrape in his voice. Leela shoved me toward the fence. You next. I can climb a fence. Fantastic. Do it while we're young. Behind us, inside the Adler kitchen, the doorknob turned again. Not all the way, just enough to make the latch click. Denise made a tiny sound like she'd swallowed wrong. I put one foot into the chain link diamonds and climbed. My hands slipped twice. The metal bit into my palms. I went over hard, landed badly, and pain shot up my left ankle bright enough to make the yard wobble. Cameron caught my elbow, ankle, twisted, not broken. You don't know that. I'm standing on it. That is not diagnostic. Stop being medical at me. Leela dropped over after me with more anger than grace, tearing a strip of black fabric from her sweater on the fence. Denise struggled last. She was not old, not frail, but fear made her movements jerky and unfamiliar, like she had forgotten how knees worked. Cameron had to steady her from my side while Leela whispered, "Come on, come on, come on," through clenched teeth. The Adler back door opened behind us. We all froze in my yard. Rain ran down my neck. The grass smelled muddy and sour. From where we stood, my house rose in front of us. Back porch, kitchen door, narrow window over the sink, upstairs bedroom window above the porch roof. To our left was the Alvarez yard, separated by another chain link fence, with a blue recycling bin tipped on its side. To our right, the Adler yard we just escaped, and beyond that the open kitchen door. No one stepped out. The Adler doorway stayed black. Then a shape moved low across the threshold. Leela sucked air through her teeth. It came again, a pale flash near the floor. Cameron lifted one hand, palm down, telling us to stay still. The shape pushed through the gap and into the rain. A plastic grocery bag. It had snagged on the inner doorknob somehow, puffed by the draft, then peeled loose and flopped onto the back step. The handles twitched in the wind like weak little arms before collapsing flat. For 2 seconds, none of us spoke. Then Leela said, "I hate bags now." It should have been funny. It almost was. The relief came sharp and stupid, like laughing after slipping on ice. But the door had opened. Bag or not, something inside had pulled or pushed it open. Cameron crossed to my back porch in a crouch, moving fast but careful. "We're not going inside," he said again, more to himself than to us. My basement window sat beneath the porch, open inward into the dark. The paint around the frame had cracked in fresh flakes, white chips scattered in the mud below. I saw pry marks then. Shallow gouges near the latch. Not dramatic, not movie crowbar damage, just patient work with something thin and hard. A screwdriver, a putty knife, a butter knife if someone had time. I photographed it with hands that were starting to shake from cold. "That wasn't open when we left?" Cameron asked. "No, you're sure?" I almost snapped at him. Then I saw his face. He wasn't doubting me. He was building the report in his head. "I'm sure," I said. "It was painted shut when I bought the house." The inspector joked about it. Leela hugged herself. "Can we get to Mrs. Alvarez?" Mrs. Alvarez lived on my other side at 220, 81 female, a retired school secretary with sharp eyes and a better alarm system than anyone on the block because, as she once told me, old women are only easy targets if they help you. She had my emergency key because she had insisted on it after I locked myself out last January and sat on my porch for 40 minutes in scrubs. Her kitchen window faced my yard. No light showed. "She has morning mass on Saturdays," I said. "It's Thursday," Leela said. I blinked. She stared at me. "Me? I know, sorry. She has bingo sometimes. It's 11 in the morning." I don't have her schedule memorized. Cameron tried the side gate between my yard and Mrs. Alvarez's. It rattled but didn't open. A padlock hung from the latch on her side. Everyone had suddenly discovered padlocks. "We go over?" Leela asked. Denise was breathing hard. "I can't keep climbing fences." "We need street access," Cameron said. "If we can get through Mrs. Alvarez's yard, we reach her side path and the sidewalk." "You just said we don't split up," Leela said. "I know. So we don't." He laced his fingers to make a step for Denise first. She climbed slowly, face pinched with effort. When her shoe caught on the top rail, she twisted and cried out, grabbing at Cameron's shoulder. I heard the fabric of his jacket rip under her nails. Leela and I pushed from behind, and Denise tumbled into Mrs. Alvarez's yard, landing on her hip in the wet grass. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize," Cameron said. "Can you stand?" She could, but barely. Her right ankle had folded under her. Not broken, maybe, but already swelling above the sensible brown shoe. That was the first attempt. Get to the street through the neighbor's yard. It failed 20 seconds later. Mrs. Alvarez's side gate was blocked from the outside by a city trash bin wedged against it in the narrow passage between houses. Not placed there by weather. Wedged. The bin's black plastic side pressed so hard against the gate that when Cameron shoved, the whole thing groaned but didn't move. Beyond it, through the slats, I could see the sidewalk and a slice of wet street. Open world, 6 feet away, unreachable. Leela kicked the gate. "Are you kidding me?" "Stop," Cameron said. "You'll hurt your foot." "I would like my foot to register a formal complaint." Denise leaned against Mrs. Alvarez's brick wall, rain dripping from her hat. Her breathing had become shallow and fast. Someone put that there. No one corrected her. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, too slow. I made a sound I didn't recognize as mine. Cameron was beside me at once. Screenshot. I know. I took the screenshot. The timestamp glowed at the top of the screen. 11:18 a.m. Then the phone lost signal again. Leela's eyes swept the houses. They're watching. Could be from a window, Cameron said. Which window? He looked up. We all did. The backs of the row houses stared down at us in wet rectangles of glass. My kitchen window, my bedroom window, Mrs. Alvarez's second-floor bathroom window with its frosted pane, Adler's back bedroom. Farther along the block, half-seen curtains, dark screens, a child's paper snowflake taped inside someone's glass. Someone could have been behind any of them, or behind none of them. That was worse. A threat you can point to has edges. We need to call police again, Cameron said. No service, I said, raising my phone. Try by the alley. We can't get to the alley. Then upstairs, Leela said. We all looked at her. She pointed at Mrs. Alvarez's back porch. Her porch roof connects near me's kitchen roof, right? Or close enough. We get higher, maybe get service. No, Cameron said. Then what's your plan? Stand here until whoever sent that text decides to come outside. My plan is not climbing wet roofs. Great plan. He turned away, jaw tight. I hated that part most, maybe. Not the texts, not the dolls. The way fear made decent people start sanding each other raw. Leela was sharp because she was terrified. Cameron was firm because if he loosened even a little, we might all do something stupid. Denise was limping and whispering apologies to a universe that clearly wasn't accepting them. And I was still holding my phone like proof could save us from a locked gate. A thump came from inside my house. Not Adler's, mine, directly behind the kitchen door. Leela grabbed my arm. Your purse. What? My purse is in your living room. The laptop. Everything. That wasn't your purse. How do you know? I don't. Another thump. Then a scraping sound, slow and uneven, moving across the kitchen floor. Cameron pushed us back from the porch, away from the door. We retreated toward Mrs. Alvarez's wall. Denise nearly fell, and I caught her under one arm. Pain flashed in my ankle from taking her weight. We ended up in a cramped line between the porch steps and the locked gate, with rainwater dripping off the gutter onto the backs of our necks. The scraping stopped. Something bumped the kitchen door from inside. Once, then again. Leela whispered, "No, no, no." The doorknob did not turn. Instead, from below the porch, the basement window shifted. A pale shape moved behind the opening. I couldn't breathe properly. The open window was a black rectangle at ground level, inches above the mud. Something inside it pressed forward, white and round. A face. For one awful second, I saw eyes. Then the thing slid into the rain and hit the mud with a soft plastic crack. A doll head, not porcelain. Plastic, cheap, hollow, with one sleep eye stuck halfway open. It rolled once and stopped against Cameron's boot. Leela screamed. Not a movie scream. A short, furious bark of terror that tore her throat and ended with both hands over her mouth. Cameron kicked the head away on instinct. It bounced off the porch post, and landed face down. Then another object dropped from the window, a cardboard box. It tipped open when it hit the ground, spilling old Christmas ornaments, tinsel, a cracked angel tree topper, and a mouse-chewed stocking. My Christmas box from my basement shelf. The scrape inside the kitchen came again. Cameron's shoulders lowered. Someone's moving things. No kidding, Leela snapped. No, he said. Listen, the scraping is above us. Kitchen level. The box came from basement level. There may be more than one person. The words should have made everything louder, but instead the world seemed to narrow. More than one. That was the second attempt. Learn whether someone was inside my house without entering. It gave us an answer we didn't want. Denise started crying quietly. This is because of the room. I should have burned those things. I turned to her. What? She shook her head, rain and tears mixing on her face. I don't know. I saw notes before, okay? Not like yours, just tags, names, dates. I thought they were collector records. What names? I don't remember. What names, Denise? She looked toward Adler's house, then back at me. Women, mostly women. Initials sometimes, descriptions. Red coat, blue scarf, things like that. Leela lowered her hands. You saw that and didn't mention it. I didn't know what it meant. You didn't think a room full of labeled dolls in a dead man's house was relevant. Denise flinched. I thought he was lonely. Lonely people buy soup bowls and weird bird calendars. They don't catalog women. Leela, I said. No, me, I'm sorry, but no. Cameron crouched and examined the muddy ground beneath my basement window without touching anything. Footprints. I leaned despite myself. There were prints in the mud. One set clear enough to see tread blocks, larger than mine, larger than Leela's. A second set smeared near the porch steps. Maybe Cameron's, maybe ours, maybe not. Cameron took pictures. The kitchen door clicked. All of us jerked toward it. The deadbolt. I knew that sound. I knew every sound my house made. The kitchen door had a sticky deadbolt that snapped when turned from inside. Someone had just unlocked it. Cameron pulled Denise backward. Move. But the door opened only an inch. A phone slid out through the gap. My phone? No. It took me a second to realize it was Leela's. The case bright red. The screen cracked at the corner. It landed face down on the wet porch boards. Leela lunged before anyone could stop her. Leela, Cameron barked. She made it up one step, grabbed the phone, and turned. The kitchen door slammed open. A figure filled the doorway. I saw a gray hood, black gloves, a white mask with painted pink cheeks and red lips. A doll face. Leela fell backward off the step. Cameron caught her badly, one arm around her ribs, and they both crashed into the wet grass. The masked person stood there for half a second, looking down at us through two dark eye holes. Then they reached to the porch wall and lifted something. A can. I didn't understand until they tilted it. Gasoline sloshed across the porch boards. The smell hit through the rain, sharp, oily, unmistakable. Run, Cameron shouted. The masked person flicked a lighter. It didn't catch the first time. The tiny wheel scraped again. Sparks again. Leela was sobbing now, trying to get her feet under her. Cameron shoved her toward Mrs. Alvarez's yard. Denise tried to move and couldn't. I got under her arm, and my twisted ankle nearly buckled. The lighter sparked a fourth time. A small flame appeared, weak in the rain, but alive. Cameron threw the plastic doll head. It struck the masked person in the chest, useless but startling. The flame vanished as they stumbled back into my kitchen. Cameron charged the porch. "Don't," I screamed. He didn't go inside. He grabbed the kitchen door and slammed it shut, then kicked the loose porch chair against it. It would not hold. Nothing on that porch would hold. But it bought seconds. From inside, the masked person hit the door hard. The chair skidded. Again. The gasoline smell spread under the rain. Cameron turned, breathing hard. "We need out. Now." "The gate is blocked," Leela said. "Window," he said. "What?" He pointed to Mrs. Alvarez's basement window. It was small, set low in the brick wall beside the porch, protected by an old metal grate fastened with 2 rusted screws. Into her basement. Better than here. "That's breaking in," Denise gasped. Cameron looked at her. "Someone just tried to set Me's porch on fire." He pulled a multi-tool from his pocket. Of course he had one. Useful men carry tools. Terrible combination. His hands shook as he opened it. Behind us, my kitchen door banged again. The chair scraped farther. The masked person was forcing it. Leela knelt by Cameron, using her body to shield his hands from the rain. "Hurry. I am hurrying." "No, hurry faster." I turned toward the street, hoping for flashing lights, uniforms, anything. Nothing, just rain, wet pavement. Empty sidewalk beyond the blocked gate. My phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number, not that way. I looked up. Across the yard, in my bedroom window, a second figure stood behind the curtain. Not masked this time. Bare-faced enough for me to see a chin, a mouth, the shadow of a nose. And in their hands, held against the glass like a child showing off a drawing, was the small porcelain doll in my green flannel. They had taken it from Adler's storage room, which meant the room had been opened again, which meant there had been someone in Adler's house while we were in the yard, and someone in mine, and the space between the 2 houses was not a refuge, but a corridor. Cameron got 1 screw loose from the grate. The second stripped. "Damn it," he whispered. My kitchen door burst open behind us. The porch chair flew sideways and clattered down the steps. The masked person stepped out, now holding something longer than the gasoline can. A fireplace poker from my living room. Black iron, curved hook. Leela stared past me and went still. Cameron turned. Denise whispered, "Please." The masked person came down 1 step, then another. Slow, careful, like they knew exactly how little space we had left. Cameron shoved the multi-tool into my hand. "Keep working the screw." "What are you doing?" "Buying time." "No, me." The bare-faced figure in my upstairs window lowered the doll and disappeared from view. Inside my house above us, footsteps moved fast across the bedroom floor, toward the stairs. The masked person raised the poker. There was no street, no unlocked gate, no safe house, no waiting it out. Only Mrs. Alvarez's basement grate, 1 stripped screw, a locked yard, and 2 people closing from opposite directions. I dropped to my knees in the mud, jammed the tool into the ruined screw head, and pushed with everything I had. The metal slipped. My hand tore open against the brick. I tried again. Behind me, Cameron stepped between us and the masked person, and the grate gave way with a shriek, not enough to open, just enough to bend. point of no return wasn't dramatic. It was a choice made in rain and mud, with my palm bleeding and my house no longer mine. We were breaking into Mrs. Alvarez's basement, and whatever was inside my house had already started coming down the stairs. The grate came loose with a sound like a scream being dragged through teeth. For 1 second, nobody moved. The bent metal hung from the last corner of the basement window, still clinging to the brick by a rusted screw that had stopped pretending it could hold. Rain ran down my face. My right palm was open and bleeding where the multi-tool had slipped, a shallow but ugly tear across the heel of my hand. It burned every time I flexed my fingers. Behind us, the masked person stepped off my porch and into the grass. Cameron raised both hands, not in surrender exactly, but to make himself bigger, to make himself the first problem. "Stay back," he said. The voice from behind the doll mask was muffled. "Move, male, maybe. Hard to tell through plastic and rain." Leela crouched beside me and hooked her fingers under the grate. "Me, pull." I pulled. Pain flashed up my arm. The grate bent outward another inch. Denise was behind us, pressed to Mrs. Alvarez's wall, her injured ankle turned awkwardly in the grass. Her face was wet and gray, and she kept whispering, "I'm sorry," so softly it sounded like she was praying into her coat collar. The masked person lifted the fireplace poker. Cameron didn't wait. He grabbed the blue recycling bin from Mrs. Alvarez's yard and shoved it forward like a shield. The poker came down and struck plastic with a hollow, cracking bang that made Leela shout. Cameron drove the bin into the person's knees. They stumbled sideways, one boot skidding in mud, and the doll mask snapped toward him with painted cheeks shining in the rain. "Now," Cameron said. Leela and I tore at the grate. It finally gave. Not cleanly. The remaining screw ripped out of the brick and took a chunk of mortar with it. The grate dropped onto my shin. I bit down on a sound and shoved it aside. The basement window was small. Too small for panic. Too small for dignity. "Leela first," Cameron said. "No, Denise," Leela snapped. "Denise can't climb through fast." "I can hear you," Denise said, and there was enough old irritation in it to prove she was still with us. Another crash. The poker hit the recycling bin again. Cameron grunted. The bin split along one side. "Leela," I said, "go." She looked at me like she hated me for being right, then dropped flat into the mud and wriggled through the window feet first. Glass scraped her jacket. Her boots vanished into the dark. A second later, she landed inside with a heavy thud. "Clear," she gasped. "It's a laundry room. Smells like bleach and old onions." "Denise," I said. Denise shook her head. "I can't. You can. My ankle, you can, or he gets to us." That did it. Fear can be cruel medicine. Leela reached up from inside. I got under Denise's arm. Cameron, still blocking the masked person with the ruined bin, shouted something I didn't catch. The porch light from my house flickered behind him, catching the black iron hook of the poker as it swung. Denise cried out as we lowered her. Her injured foot knocked the brick. She nearly wedged at the hips, coat bunching around her waist. "Push," Leela shouted from below. "I am pushing," I said. Denise made a strangled sound, then dropped through into Leela's arms. My turn. I looked back once. Cameron had lost the bin. It lay cracked in the grass. He had both hands on the poker now, holding it crosswise, while the masked person tried to wrench it free. They were close enough that Cameron's face was inches from the doll mask. Rain ran over both of them. One real face, one painted one. Cameron, he twisted hard. The masked person's boots slid. The poker came free into Cameron's hands, but the person drove a knee into his thigh where the cedar chest had hit earlier. He buckled. "Go," he yelled. I dropped into the window. For one horrible moment, I got stuck at the shoulders. The brick pressed my ribs. The wet sweatshirt dragged. My bleeding hand slipped on the sill. Leela grabbed my wrists from below and pulled like she was trying to drag me out of a grave. I fell onto Mrs. Alvarez's basement floor and landed on my bad ankle. White pain. I saw the ceiling joists, a dangling pull chain, shelves of detergent, stacked jars, a plastic basket full of Christmas garland. I heard myself make a low, ugly noise. Then Cameron came through head first. Not smoothly, not safely. He shoved the poker through ahead of him, then folded his shoulders and dropped. His boots caught on the sill. The masked person grabbed one ankle from outside. Cameron kicked. The grip held. Leela seized a bottle of laundry bleach from the shelf, twisted off the cap with shaking hands, and threw it toward the window. Not at Cameron, at the hands holding him. The masked person cursed. High, sharp human, male, definitely. Cameron tore free and hit the floor hard on his shoulder. The poker clanged beside him. Leela slammed the window shut. There was no lock. "Move something in front of it," Cameron gasped. We shoved a metal shelving unit against the window. Bottles rattled. A jar fell and burst on the concrete, spilling old buttons across the floor in a bright little scatter. Buttons. For one insane second, all I could do was stare at them. Different colors, different sizes. White shirt buttons, brass coat buttons, tiny pearl ones, a blue one shaped like a flower. Then something hit the window from outside. The shelf jumped. "Upstairs," Leela said. "No," Denise said from the floor. "Mrs. Alvarez, we can't scare her." "If she's home, being scared is better than being dead," Leela said. Cameron pushed himself upright with a grimace. His cheek was cut near the jaw, probably from the fall, and his right shoulder hung stiffly. He still picked up the poker. The basement stairs were narrow and steep. Leela went first, calling Mrs. Alvarez. "It's Leela Hollies. We're coming up. We need help." No answer. At the top, a door opened into a spotless kitchen that smelled of coffee, lemon soap, and something simmered hours ago. Wall clock ticked above a row of ceramic saints. The lights were off, but gray daylight filled the room. The house was empty. On the kitchen table sat Mrs. Alvarez's purse, her reading glasses, and a folded parish bulletin. Leela grabbed the landline from the wall, dead. She hit the cradle twice. No tone. Cameron crossed to the front window, keeping low. "Police," I limped after him. Through the lace curtain, East Lemon Street looked almost peaceful. Wet sidewalk, parked cars, bare branches dripping. No cruisers, no neighbors outside. The trash bins still blocked the side gate from the street side, wedged perfectly so nobody inside the yards could shove it clear. Then I saw my front door. It was open, not wide, just 6 inches. Enough. My house, I whispered. Leela followed my gaze. No, the upstairs curtain moved again. This time, the person behind it didn't hide. A bare-faced man stood in my bedroom window, maybe late 30s or early 40s, pale, narrow, with a knit cap pulled low, and my green flannel doll tucked under one arm. He looked down at Mrs. Alvarez's house, as if he knew exactly where we were. He lifted my phone, not the one in my hand, my old phone, the one I kept in my desk drawer after upgrading last year, still connected to Wi-Fi for photos and notes when I forgot to transfer things. He waved it once. My current phone buzzed. Unknown number. Come get her or I start with the chest. Denise made a small strangled noise. The cedar chest. Cameron turned. What's in it? Quilts, she said. My aunt's quilts. No, I said slowly. It was empty after you moved them. Denise stared at me. Another text came. Unknown number, 3 minutes. Leela looked sick. What does that mean? The answer came from the street. The faint scrape of wood across concrete. The cedar chest appeared at the open front door of the Adler house. Someone inside was dragging it. Not the masked person, they were behind us somewhere in the yard. This was another person, or the same bare-faced man had moved impossibly fast through connected back ways. No, not impossible. Row houses had basements, yards, alleys, old doors. People moved faster than fear when they knew the layout. The chest scraped over the threshold and onto the porch. Cameron swore under his breath. They're splitting us. Let them have it, Leela said. But Denise was staring at the chest as if it had begun speaking. What? I asked. She looked at me with the first clean piece of horror I'd seen on her face all morning. There was a false bottom. Cameron went still. You said it was empty. I didn't know until last week. I didn't open it. My uncle had a latch hidden under the right handle. I thought there might be bonds, cash, family papers. I was going to check after I finished sorting. What's in it? Leela asked. I don't know. Across the street-facing window, the bare-faced man vanished from my bedroom. Footsteps thudded faintly inside my house, downstairs, toward the front. Cameron looked at the landline, then at the dead street. We need police here now. My phone has no service, Leela said. Mine had 1 bar, then none. Mrs. Alvarez's Wi-Fi. I looked at her refrigerator. A magnet held a card with her network name and password in careful handwriting because she had asked me to set it up last year and didn't trust herself to remember it. I unlocked my phone with my bloody thumb. It failed once, twice. On the 3rd try, it opened. I connected. Signal, internet, not cell service, but enough. I opened the emergency app. No, too slow. I called 911 over Wi-Fi. It rang. 911, what's your emergency? The relief was so sharp I almost cried. I gave the address. Both houses. Intruders, weapons, gasoline, possible arson, people injured. We were in Mrs. Alvarez's house at 220 East Lemon. The dispatcher's voice changed when I said gasoline. Units are nearby, she said. Stay inside. Do not confront them. Stay inside. Do not confront them. Good advice if the story belonged to someone else. Then smoke curled from the Adler porch. Not flame at first. Smoke. thin gray threads rising from the cedar chest. Denise saw it and made a broken sound. No, the chest wasn't just smoking. Someone had stuffed burning paper into the gap under the lid. Leela grabbed Denise before she could lunge for the door. No, you are not going out there for furniture. Denise fought her. It might have names, papers, proof. That word hit me. Proof. The chest might have proof, not comfort, not antiques. Proof of women's names, tags, dates, clothing. Proof that this wasn't only about me. Proof that the police would not dismiss this as some estate clean-out misunderstanding or neighborhood prank. The bare-faced man stepped onto my front porch with the doll under his arm. The masked person came around from the side path between my house and Mrs. Alvarez's, dragging one leg slightly, mask streaked with bleach. They had abandoned the poker. In one hand, they held the gasoline can. The two of them were together now. They stood between the burning chest and my open front door. Not ghosts, not dolls, men, human, clumsy, dangerous, wet breathing. And because they were human, they could be stopped. Cameron turned to me. We wait for police. The chest smoked harder. A small orange tongue of flame licked through the seam. Denise was sobbing now. My uncle kept records. He kept everything. Leela looked at me. I hated what she saw in my face. No, she said. No, me. I moved before I could let caution talk me down. Not out the front door. Through Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen to the junk drawer. Mrs. Alvarez kept everything. Batteries, rubber bands, coupons from 2019. A spare can of wasp spray, I grabbed it. Then a long fireplace lighter from beside her stove. Then I looked at Cameron. We don't fight them, I said. We make them back up. His face hardened. The police need time. The chest needs 30 seconds. Leela stared at me. You have lost your entire mind. Probably. Cameron took the wasp spray from my hand. I do it. No, your shoulder. My shoulder doesn't matter. It does to me. The room went quiet for half a breath. Then a siren sounded, far away. Not here yet, but close enough to change the men outside. They heard it too. The masked one looked toward Main Street. The bare-faced man shouted something I couldn't hear, then set the doll on my porch railing and ran toward the cedar chest. He was going to finish it. Cameron opened Mrs. Alvarez's front door. Cold, wet air rushed in. Inside, he said to Leela and Denise. Then he stepped onto the porch. I went after him. Of course I did. Leela cursed and followed. The masked man turned first. Cameron sprayed him full in the face with wasp spray from 6 feet away. The man screamed and dropped the gas can. It hit the sidewalk, sloshing but not spilling much because the cap was half on. He clawed at the mask, staggering backward into Mrs. Alvarez's hedge. The bare-faced man reached the chest. I grabbed the nearest thing on Mrs. Alvarez's porch, a clay flower pot heavy with dead geranium stems. My ankle screamed when I stepped off the porch. My palm left blood on the rim. I threw it badly. It didn't hit him. It hit the porch boards beside his foot and shattered. He jerked back anyway. Leela ran past me with Mrs. Alvarez's metal umbrella stand raised like a battering ram. Back up. The man looked at her, genuinely startled. Maybe because Leela is small. Maybe because grief and terror had turned her into something that did not care about physics. He swung at her with his arm, not a punch exactly, a shove. It caught her shoulder and spun her into the porch post. Her head hit wood with a flat knock. She dropped. I heard myself scream her name. Cameron turned, and the masked man hit him from the side. They went down together on the sidewalk. The siren grew louder. The bare-faced man grabbed the doll from my porch railing and shoved it into the smoking cedar chest. Then he flipped the hidden latch under the handle. The false bottom popped upward. Not much, just enough for papers inside to show. He reached in. I reached him first, not bravely, not well. I crashed into his side with my bad shoulder and all my weight. We both slammed into the Adler porch steps. Pain tore through my ankle and hand. He smelled like wet wool, gasoline, and peppermint gum. He grabbed my hair. My scalp lit up. "Let go," he hissed. His voice was ordinary. That was the worst part. A man at a gas pump. A man behind you in line at the pharmacy. I clawed for anything. My fingers found the doll, porcelain cheek. Green flannel, tiny button. I yanked. He held on. Something snapped. Not the doll. The shirt. The miniature flannel tore open, and the green button flew loose. It bounced once on the wet porch and disappeared between the boards. The man made a sound more furious than frightened. So that mattered. I drove my torn palm into his face. He reeled back, slipping on wet wood. Cameron shouted. Leela groaned from somewhere behind me. Denise was screaming from Mrs. Alvarez's doorway. The first police cruiser came around the corner too fast, tires hissing on rain-slick pavement, lights scattering red and blue across the brick fronts. The bare-faced man grabbed the papers from the chest and ran, not toward the street, back into the Adler house. The masked man broke away from Cameron and followed, half blind, stumbling, one hand pressed under the mask. Cameron tried to stand and failed. His leg gave out. I looked at Leela. She was moving, one hand pressed to her head, blood sliding through her hairline. I looked at the chest. Flame had caught along the paper stuffed under the lid. Not big yet, but growing. The porch boards were wet, but the inside of the chest was dry cedar. Denise limped past me. Denise, no, she didn't stop. She reached the chest and used both hands to throw the lid open. Smoke rolled into her face. She coughed, gagged, and shoved burning paper out with her coat sleeve. The sleeve caught briefly. She slapped it against her hip and cried out. I crawled the last foot and grabbed the doll. The porcelain was warm. Inside the false bottom were envelopes, tags, photographs, strands of thread wound around cards, buttons in little bags, and photocopied newspaper clippings. Some were already singed at the edges. I grabbed what I could with my bleeding hand and shoved it under my sweatshirt. An officer shouted from the street. Police, get down. Another cruiser pulled in behind the first. The two men were inside the Adler house now. A crash came from within, then another. Cameron dragged himself to Leela. I saw him touch her face, saw her push his hand away weakly, which was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The officers moved toward the Adler porch with guns drawn. For one breath, everything held. Rain, sirens, smoke, my sister bleeding. Cameron on one knee. Denise coughing with a burned sleeve. The doll in my lap, shirt torn open, its painted mouth still small and red. Then from inside the Adler house came a single sharp bang. Not a gunshot, a shelf collapsing. Porcelain shattered in a long, cascading crash. The officers went in. I sat on the porch steps with the rescued envelopes pressed against my ribs, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. The conflict ended there in pieces, not cleanly. The men were cornered in the house they had used as a museum, trap, and hiding place. The police were finally inside. The fire was out. Leela was breathing. Cameron was conscious. But the doll's green button was gone between the boards. And when I looked down at the torn miniature shirt in my lap, I saw something stitched inside the collar in dark thread. Not my initials, a number. 17. The first officer who reached me asked if I could stand, and I lied. Yes, I said. Then I tried. My ankle folded under me like wet cardboard. Cameron caught my shoulder with his good hand before I hit the porch, which was stupid because he was barely upright himself. His face had gone gray around the mouth, and rain had flattened his hair to his forehead. There was a cut along his jaw, a purple swelling already rising at his thigh, and one shoulder sat lower than the other in a way I did not like at all. Stop helping people, I told him. He gave me a thin, exhausted smile. Occupational hazard. Leela sat on Mrs. Alvarez's porch steps with a police jacket around her shoulders and a wad of gauze pressed to her hairline. She kept saying she was fine, which meant she was scared. My sister had 3 modes of pain: sarcasm, anger, and complete denial. This was denial. Her eyes followed every officer who crossed the yard, every flash of light in the Adler windows, every dark shape moving behind the rain-streaked glass. Denise sat on the wet curb in front of Mr. Adler's house, coughing into a paper mask an EMT had given her. One sleeve of her coat was scorched short at the wrist. Her right ankle had swollen so badly the shoe had to be cut off with trauma shears. She stared at the cedar chest as if it were a body. It sat open on the Adler porch, smoking faintly, its false bottom propped up like a broken jaw. The police brought the 2 men out 6 minutes apart. The masked one came first without the mask. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe 30, with bleach-reddened eyes and a short beard plastered to his chin. He kept blinking hard and shouting that he needed water. His name, we learned later, was Trevor Lang, 31, male, from Reading. The bare-faced man was Daniel Kessler, 42, male, from Mannheim, a former estate clean-out contractor who had worked on 3 houses in our neighborhood over the last 5 years, including one belonging to a woman who had moved into assisted living and never returned. At the time, they were just men in cuffs, human-sized, wet, angry. That helped and did not help. Trevor spat toward the porch when officers guided him past. "You don't know what you took." Leela lifted her head. "Probably because you set it on fire, genius." An officer told her to stay seated. She did, but her mouth kept working like she was biting through things she wanted to say. Daniel said nothing. That was worse. He looked at me once as they brought him down the steps, and his expression was not wild or guilty or frightened. It was irritated, like I had returned a package to the wrong counter. Then his eyes dropped to the torn doll in my lap. For the first time, his face changed. Not much, just enough. A tightening around the mouth. I held the doll closer without meaning to. An EMT named Rochelle, 46, female, from the local ambulance crew, cut open the sleeve of my sweatshirt to clean my hand. She worked with brisk gentleness, the way nurses do when they know another medical person is trying not to be a patient. "You know this needs stitches," she said. "I was hoping you'd say butterfly strips. I was hoping I'd win the lottery. We're both disappointed." My laugh came out wrong, like it had been dragged up from somewhere dusty. The police took our statements separately. That made sense. I knew that. But after everything, being separated felt like punishment. They put me in the back of an ambulance with the doors open, while an officer named Patrolman Voss, 28, male, stood just outside with a notebook under his rain jacket. He asked me to start from the beginning, and I did badly. I kept skipping around. Button, dish, doll, texts, basement window, mask, gasoline, Mrs. Alvarez's Wi-Fi. He listened without changing his face. When I showed him the screenshots, his expression did shift. Not fear, recognition of work. "These came from your old phone?" he asked. "I think so. He had it upstairs. I kept it in my desk. We'll collect it." They used my Wi-Fi, possibly, or spoofed the number. "We'll have the detectives look." "Detectives," I repeated. The word made the whole thing larger. He heard that too. "Given the evidence recovered," he said carefully, "this is beyond a trespass or burglary." I looked past him to where another officer carried evidence bags from the Adler house. The bags held paper tags, loose buttons, photographs, a doll mask, a lighter, and the scorched remains of whatever Daniel had tried to pull from the cedar chest. "Were there other women?" I asked. Voss did not answer right away. That was answer enough. By the time they took me to urgent care for my hand and ankle, the rain had thinned into a damp mist. Leela rode with me because she refused transport for her head wound, until I told her I would tell the EMT she had briefly lost track of what day it was. That got her into the ambulance fast. "I hate you," she said, sitting beside me with gauze taped above her eyebrow. "I know. You're bossy when concussed." "You're concussed." "No, probably." "Maybe stop smiling." Cameron went to the ER in a separate ambulance after Rochelle checked his shoulder and used the phrase possible dislocation. Denise went too, for smoke inhalation, ankle imaging, and burns on her wrist. Before they loaded her, she looked for me across the street and raised one shaking hand. I didn't know what to do with that. Forgiveness felt too neat. Blame felt too easy. So I raised my hand back. Mrs. Alvarez came home at 1:12 p.m. in a burgundy church van with 3 other women and a foil-covered casserole on her lap. She saw the cruisers, the smoke-blackened porch, her bent basement grate, and me being loaded into an ambulance, and shouted something in Spanish that made one of the EMTs step aside like the words had elbows. Later, she called me at urgent care. "You broke my window," she said. "I know, I'm sorry. You used my Wi-Fi." "Yes." "Good." Password finally helped someone. Then, after a pause, softer. "You come stay here when they release you. Your house is no place tonight." "I can't ask you. I did not ask you to ask." That was Mrs. Alvarez, 81, female, retired school secretary, guardian of spare keys, apparently also commander of the East Lemon Street emergency response. I went home 12 hours later only to stand on the sidewalk and watch crime scene tape lift and snap in the evening wind. Not inside. Not really home. The police had boarded the basement window from the outside. The back porch smelled faintly of gasoline under the cold. My front door had powder smudges near the knob. Through the open entry, I could see my living room turned inside out. Drawers emptied, couch cushions lifted, Leela's purse on the floor with its contents spilled like a small private wreck. They found my old phone in the upstairs bedroom, plugged into my charger. They found muddy boot prints in the basement and kitchen. They found that the basement window had been pried days earlier, then pulled shut from the outside to look sealed until it was needed. Days earlier. That detail lived in me differently than the attack itself. The violence had been sudden. The planning had been patient. Daniel Kessler had worked estate cleanouts and online sales. Trevor Lang had done odd repair jobs with him. They watched houses after deaths, after moves, after hospitalizations. They learned who came and went. They stole small things first, not for value, but for testing. A button, a scarf, a glove from a porch, a pharmacy receipt from trash. Something personal enough to prove access, small enough that most people would doubt themselves. The dolls were not supernatural. They were records, trophies, the detective said, though I hated that word. It sounded too polished, too true crime. The dolls had been made or altered to match women Daniel had targeted, stalked, stolen from, or threatened over several years. Most incidents had been dismissed separately. A break-in with nothing major missing, a vandalized car, a threatening message from a blocked number, a box left on a doorstep. Some women had moved away. Some never reported it. Some had reported it and been told to change locks. The number inside my doll's collar meant I was the 17th documented target in that collection. 17th. Not first, not special. That should have comforted me. It didn't. There's a strange loneliness in learning you are part of a pattern. Your fear becomes evidence, but it also becomes one folder in a cabinet. Mr. Adler had not been innocent, exactly, and not guilty in the way I first feared. According to Denise, and later according to what detectives pieced together, he had found the dolls hidden in a locked cabinet in his rented storage unit months before he died. Daniel had helped him clear his sister-in-law's old home years earlier and had somehow used Mr. Adler's outbuilding and then his storage spaces. Mr. Adler, old and sick and frightened of confrontation, began documenting what he found instead of immediately calling police. He wrote tags, dates, clothing descriptions, initials. He took photographs from neighborhood Facebook pages and newspaper clippings and tried to match them to the dolls. Then he died. The collection sat in the storage room until Denise opened the house. Daniel and Trevor must have been watching. When Denise started the cleanout, they came back for the evidence. When I claimed the cedar chest, they used me, or punished me, or both. Detectives thought Daniel had seen me near Mr. Adler's house often enough to fold me into his system before the chest ever moved. The button from my dresser proved he or Trevor had already entered my home. I asked how they got in the first time. The detective said, "Basement window." I said, "It was painted shut." He said, "Paint is not a lock." I hated him for that for about 3 minutes. Then I hated myself longer. Leela stayed with me at Mrs. Alvarez's that night and the next 3. She had a mild concussion and 6 stitches at her hairline. And every time she stood too quickly, she got pale and furious. She refused to sleep upstairs. So we camped in Mrs. Alvarez's living room on 2 floral couches under crocheted blankets, while Mrs. Alvarez made soup strong enough to wake the dead and yelled at local news crews through the front curtains. Cameron came by on the second evening, wearing a sling, moving like every rib had filed a complaint. His shoulder had been reduced at the hospital. His thigh was badly bruised, and his pride had taken some quiet damage he did not want to discuss. He stood in Mrs. Alvarez's doorway with drugstore flowers and an apology. For what? I asked. For not keeping everyone outside. For not, don't, me, no, you don't get to make this your failure. I won't let you. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded once. His eyes were tired. Leela from the couch said, "You can apologize for the flowers. They look like they were selected by a divorced dentist. They were the least dead ones. Romantic." He actually blushed. That small, normal thing hurt more than I expected. 2 weeks later, I went back into my house with a locksmith, a contractor, Leela, Cameron, and Mrs. Alvarez, who brought pepper spray and a rosary, and said both were for atmosphere. New deadbolts, glass block basement windows, motion lights, cameras above the front and back doors. None of it made the house feel safe. It made the house feel watched by me, which was different. My bedroom was the hardest. The blue dish still sat on the dresser because the police had photographed and released it. 3 rings, bent bobby pin, safety pin, no button. I stood there until Leela came in behind me. "You don't have to keep that dish," she said. "I know, throw it out. I might. You won't." "I might." She leaned against the doorframe, still bruised at the temple. "You're allowed to be weird after this. Just don't move into the weird." That was probably the kindest thing she had ever said to me. The cedar chest became evidence. So did the doll. So did the tags, photographs, buttons, clippings, thread cards, Daniel's phone, my old phone, Trevor's mask, the gasoline can, the lighter, and half of Mr. Adler's storage room. Denise asked the police for a list of what could eventually be returned. They told her not soon. She sold the Adler house 3 months later to a young couple from York with a baby and a golden retriever. Before closing, she left a note in my mailbox. "I am sorry for what my uncle failed to do quickly enough. I am sorry for what I failed to see. I hope the evidence helps someone." No signature beyond her name. I kept it, not because it fixed anything, because proof matters, even when proof cannot save you retroactively. Daniel Kessler and Trevor Lang took plea deals the following spring after prosecutors connected them to multiple burglaries, stalking cases, arson attempts, and evidence tampering. Daniel received the longer sentence. Trevor testified against him and still went to prison. The newspapers called it the porcelain doll case, which made it sound strange in the wrong direction. People online argued about whether Mr. Adler was a hero or a coward. Women I had never met wrote comments saying they had reported things years ago and no one had connected them. I stopped reading after the third day. For a while, I photographed everything: the locks, the stove knobs, the basement windows, the street before bed. Then slowly, not all at once, I photographed less. Not because I felt safe, because I got tired of proving to myself that the world had edges. Sometimes now, in the late afternoon, the light in my bedroom catches the mirror over the dresser and throws a pale rectangle onto the wall. It still makes me pause. Pipes still click. Curtains still move when the heat turns on. Leela still texts me before bed from Boston with messages like LOCKS. I reply with a thumbs up even if I hate that I need to. Cameron and I had coffee last Sunday at Tomato Pie Cafe. Real coffee, not urgent care vending machine coffee. He wore no sling. I wore the green flannel for the first time since everything happened. I had sewn on a different button. Not green, brown, wooden, obvious if you knew where to look. He noticed, but didn't mention it until we were walking back to my car. New button, he said. Yeah, good choice. It doesn't match. I know. Stood there on Broad Street while traffic hissed over damp pavement. And for once I didn't photograph my car before unlocking it. That felt like something. Later that night, I took the blue dish from my dresser and put it in a box in the hall closet. Not thrown away, not displayed, somewhere in between. The house was quiet after that, almost ordinary. At 11:14 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. For a second, every muscle in my body went tight and still. Then I opened it. A wrong number text from someone asking if Deanne could cover a Tuesday shift. I blocked it anyway. I slept with the hallway light on. In the morning, I found one small thing on my dresser where the blue dish used to be. A button, brown, wooden. The same kind I had sewn onto the flannel. It could have been mine. I had bought a pack of 6. I had left the packet open on the sewing table downstairs. I might have carried one up without thinking. Leela might have moved it. The cat I still didn't own had not done it, but there were explanations. Real ones, ordinary ones. I stood there in the slant of morning light, listening to the radiator tick inside the wall. Then I picked up the button, put it in an envelope, wrote the date on the front, and placed it in the back of my desk drawer. Not because I believed the story was starting again, because I had learned the hard way that ordinary explanations deserve evidence too. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.